Yeah, I am streaming now. If you want to see if it's working. Yeah, that's the problem. Is she using anything other than Internet Explorer?
Are you using anything except Internet Explorer?
No, Jeff has his wife.
Internet Explorer or is that Google Chrome?
See, it's our website is having a problem with Google Chrome, and it'll load by Internet Explorer. Okay. You can still get around with your Google Chrome, so you have to install it. You can't like go into it. It's gonna say it's not secure, but it is.
You're not on Google Chrome.
Well, give me a second here. I have to reconnect this thing. I'm gonna put you down, David, for a second. This is great. You mess with our web
If you love racing, you're going to love what Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk can do for you. From fire suits, helmets, and crew shirts to banners, flags, and fan gear, Renner Wraps and Graphics offers large format digital printing, including vinyl wraps, fleet graphics, trailer wraps, banners, lettering, signs, logo design, custom screen printing and design, and so much more. Find them on Facebook. Visit RennerWrapsandGraphics.com or call 402-860-1147. Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk.
Remember the old days when you could fix your car yourself? Well, unfortunately, those days are gone. So when you hear that clunk or hear that ding, who can you trust? Trust your car to Brady and Dillon at Infinite Automotive. They're fully stocked and equipped to handle all auto and truck repairs with quality work you demand and the personal service you deserve. Plus, they'll even pick up and deliver your vehicle so you don't miss a minute of your day. For big town service with small town care, call Infinite Auto at 276-3400 or stop by the shop located just east of Duncan on Highway 30 south of Columbus. Papa Murphy's of Columbus, a take and bake pizza company located at 3921 23rd Street, west of Family Dollar. Walk in and get one of Papa Murphy's signature pizzas or start selecting your pizza toppings and make your own. Call 402-606-4877 today and pre-order. Join the new Text Club. Text DINNER to 90421 and get exclusive sweet deals, pizzas, salads, and sweets. Take your pizza home from Papa Murphy's today and bake hot and ready to eat when you are.
If your transmission's broke, you aren't going anywhere. Columbus Transmission, 1982 East 14th Avenue, just south of Tractor Supply, has been specializing in transmission repair for nearly 30 years. Whether it's your car, van, SUV pickup, or that special classic vehicle you've stowed away that needs work, Irv and his team can get you back on the road. All repair rebuilding work is done on site, so you know it's going to last. And Columbus Transmission warranties the work. Call 564-7754 or stop by the shop, 1982 East 14th Avenue.
Pizza Ranch at the corner of 23rd Street and 33rd Avenue, Columbus. Choose the buffet your way, carry out or delivery. You can also enjoy the country's best chicken, fresh salads, and legendary handmade pizzas. If your favorite pizza is not on the buffet, their expert staff will be happy to make it your way and bring it to you while it's still hot. Pizza Ranch also serves the community with fundraisers. Pizza Ranch, always good. Try one of their legendary pizzas or chicken for carry out or delivery. Call 402-564-8131. Try it today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Nebraska Bush Pullers, we are very proud to be back here in Columbus, Nebraska again to celebrate the Platte County Fair. We are sorry for the little bit of a delay that we're having in getting started. We have some track issues out here we're trying to get managed out. But we're going to start off tonight with our 8,500-pound limited pro stock class. But across the way over there, you see that replay board that's up there. Lauren Cavan is helping out Alan Heyer. Alan Heyer owns Heartland Display out of Kansas. They contracted with the Platte County Fair to come up here to give you distances, live shots. Alan, are we doing replays too? Replays too? So you'll be able to see up there on that screen all the replays of every tractor as it goes down. And also we want to thank the guys from MyCentralNebraska.comTV. They are live streaming this. So if you know some people that can't be here, go ahead and have them jump on the computer to the MyCentralNebraska.comTV, and they will be able to see all the action. Ryan Kump is up here right now. He's going to be running the main board on this. Got 2 cameras? 2. Okay, they are also going to have 2 cameras here, but then whenever they do the streaming live up at the Colvix County Fair, they're actually going to get a GoPro and they're going to stick it on the sled, and they're going to incorporate that into their streaming that they're going to have too. Right now you see the guys out there, what they're trying to do is trying to bring up that little bit of a crust that we got on the track. There's a lot of moisture underneath, but all these tractors are going to be running cut tires tonight. And if you don't understand cut tires, what that is, it's a very, very short bar. They don't get a lot of bite deep into the track. It prevents all the dirt from getting piled up against the sled. And so they're just trying to get that crust broke up a little bit, just so that the guys and ladies can go ahead and get a hold of this track on a good pull that they hopefully put on for you. But we have a total of 53 hooks. Rob, how you doing? But as soon as we can, we're going to have the national anthem to start off. We're going to bring the sled out to about 200 feet. We use the American flag that's on that. Joel Sawyer, president of the Nebraska Bush Pullers, right out here in the center of the track right now. We got Curtis flagging down here at 300 feet. Martin is down there at 100 feet. And these guys will flip-flop back and forth. I am Chris Carpenter-White. I am from Lee, Nebraska. I am joined up here by Judy Poor. So we got some great sponsors, local sponsors here tonight. I'm going to try to go through them. I do need to have them bring that list up to me, but we have had a lot of local companies and businesses that have stepped up to be able to bring this entertainment for you. So I will try to get them announced as many times as I can. And also, you need to thank the Platte County Fair Board for having us back. But if you can give us about 5-7 minutes, we're going to get this show going. Give you some time to go down, get some refreshments. Please do stay hydrated tonight. I want to thank the Columbus Fire Department for having the ambulance here, the fire trucks here. That is an insurance requirement on our part. And we want to thank the X-Factor sled out of Jefferson City, Missouri. The Vanguard Motorsports sled down there. They pretty much do all the Nebraska bush pullers hooks that we have throughout the year. And again, we do have 52 total hooks here tonight. We do have one special exhibition hook that's going to be here. We have got a Pro Stock Semi that is sitting out there. I believe that's Doug Ortwick out of Pilgrim, Nebraska. He's currently campaigning for District 22 in the Nebraska Legislature, consisting of Stanton, Platte, part of Colfax County. Log on to Ortwick for Legislature Facebook page for current events. And Doug Ortwick, and you spell that O-E-R-T-W-I-C-H. But he's got the truck that's going to be coming out that's called the Blue Peak. And we'll have that at the end of the night after all of our classes. But if I can get everybody to please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats. We're going to pay honor to this great country that we have. Our national anthem tonight is going to be sang by the Platte County 4-H'ers from the Lakeview High School Viking Voices, Macy Bachanus, Caleb Franzen, McKenna Klug, and Jordy Cordy. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be your Platte County 4-H'ers, part of the Viking Voices. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you. Awesome job by all of you. I did hear that the Viking Voices are a quite awarded group of singers. We'll get the sled put back in the position to get started, but we got, again, 52 total hooks. I tell you what, if you're a little warm up top, you want to come down here, there is a really nice breeze that's coming through here. It's only going to get better. The temperature's going to start to drop. But we've got a great show to put on for you tonight. We're going to start off with the first tractor in our 8,500-pound limited pro stock, hails out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. You can go to their Facebook page that they got, and it's JD Farms. And they promote pulling all over. They go actually from Nebraska bush pullers, they'll pull out in Colorado, Wyoming, western Nebraska, go down into Kansas. They actually go all the way over into Iowa. But they're campaigning 2 tractors here tonight. This is going to be Jim Darnell, first tractor up on the Red Rider. And then the next tractor up we're going to have coming is going to be Karen Hoffman out of Dunlap, Iowa, on what she calls just a tractor. And then the commandeer, Zach Kubish, Lee, Nebraska. Game On, Brad Yonke. The Gunslinger, Andrew Meister's driving that tonight. That is actually Anthony Guerra's tractor. Destructive Deer, Johnny Witt. Barnstormer, Clayton Sweeney. Spare Parts, Dennis Beck. Crazy Horse, Jim Darnell. The Rackham tractor, Eric Clark. And the Deer Commander, Lauren Paulson, will be the last one to shoot it out here in this 8,500-pound limited pro stock. 8,500-pound limited pro stock, they are limited to 466 cubic inches. They run a 3-inch smooth bore, or with the Nebraska Bush, they can actually run the charger that the Outlaw truck and tractor pullers allow. So we, as a state group, we decided to go ahead and let them run either or charger. They can either run the Outlaw charger or the PPL charger, either one of those two. Okay, Jim Darnell with the Red Rider back there, having a few issues in the pit, so they're going to go ahead and let Karen come around. So we'll start off tonight with Karen Hoffman. She will be the test puller of the class. And her husband will be out here later tonight in an unlimited super stock they call Last One Standing. So when they come to pull, they like to have the unlimited super stock class. And also this 8,500-pound limited pro stock, they can put both tractors in the trailer, get them down here, get them to a pull, both get to have some fun. But it's taking Karen, I'm trying to think, she told me one time, it was like 20-some years before she decided to start pulling. Last year, I think, was the first year that she took the seat of a tractor. And she was trying to figure out why she waited so long to do it. She said it's the best time she's ever had sitting in a tractor before. She's going to try to get squared away, get centered in that sled if she can so that she can get hooked up square. And again with the Nebraska Bush pullers, we go ahead and run a floating finish. You'll see the 300-foot mark out there. We measure off 300 foot, anything over 300 foot, they still continue to keep pulling. It used to be back in the old days, they used to stop you at 300 foot and put you into a pull-off. With Nebraska Bush pullers, we try to go to a floating finish where they do not have to try to bring these tractors back after they've already been warmed up and got heated up really. The high degrees of temperatures, they do not cool down very fast, so they go ahead and just ran that floating finish on the pulling to make it a little bit easier on equipment. Plus, it's a little more exciting for the fans whenever you can see a tractor out there at 320, 325 feet. To the old days, 300 feet, and then had to bring them back around for a pull-off later on in the evening. So. And again, if you look down to the south side of the tractor, there's two tables set up. Katrina Brune, they are selling Nebraska Bush Pullers t-shirts and hats. And the hats are, first place that we've had them is here at the Platte County Fair. And if you go over there and you buy a t-shirt and a souvenir program, Katrina's going to throw you a little special in there. She'll give you a little special price or maybe throw something else in there. I don't know what she's exactly doing, but we kind of left it up to Katrina and just let her do what she wanted to do over there. So coming down the track right now out of Dunlap, Iowa, this is Karen Hoffman on tractor. She is going to be the test puller. She can decide if she wants to keep that or if she wants to turn her down, come back either number 6 or last in the class. She is out there about I'm going to guess probably about 330, yeah, 320 feet, maybe give or take a little bit. Okay, she's going to go 309.11, so it's up to her decision right now. And we are official, so she is going to be your leader. Karen Hoffman, LF Iowa tractor, sitting out there in the number 1 spot right now, 309.11. So now we'll either have Jim Darnell coming up out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska on the Red Rider, or Zach Covich out of Lee, Nebraska on the Commandeer. Looks like it's going to be Zach coming up down here 4440. Again, if you're kind of looking on the front down here, all these banners and stuff, the Rhino Egg, the MAV TV, that stuff, that's some of our corporate sponsors that we have with the Nebraska Bush Pullers and the PPL. Some of the other ones are some of your local sponsors that you have here that help put on this event. So if you see any of them, know anybody that works there or that has donated to this, please tell them thank you very much for doing this, because without their sponsorship, this event could not go on. Okay, chasing that distance put out there by Karen Hoffman. This is going to be Zach Covich, Lee, Nebraska. Tractor they call the Commandeer. They've done some major changes to this tractor this year. Involves a different fuel pump and a different turbocharger, and they've been kind of finding a few bugs and a few issues with it. We're going to need a pull-off tractor down there. This is not a good sign. He does have a second chance to go ahead and come around. They can go ahead and drop him to last. You have 2 official attempts to be able to make a hook. He did not go past the 100 foot, so they're going to go ahead and give him that option. If he wants to drop to last, he can come back. If they can take it back in the pits, get figured out what's going on with it, try to make a quick adjustment or a fix to it, be able to bring it back out, and he can come back as last tractor in the class to be able to make his second attempt. Okay, kind of what I'm hearing, Judy just told me on the radio that he probably will not be back. He has got a major oil leak somewhere in that tractor. So if you can't give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Covich, the Commandeer. Again, they are working hard to get this tractor going. They've done a lot of changes to it this year, just not something that we like to really see. Zach, wave like you really mean it, okay? Yeah, I can understand you're not happy, but so hopefully we'll be able to see them back out. The nice thing about it is these guys do have a couple weeks off now before they're going to hook in a pull again, so that they can go ahead and take it back home and get it figured out. Next time the 8,500-pound limited pro stock will hook with the Nebraska Bush Pullers is going to be at the Colfax County Fair up in Lee, Nebraska. Tomorrow night, if you want to follow us down there, we're going down to Plymouth, Nebraska. Got a good show going on down there. Okay, now Jim Darnell, he was having some issues back in the pits, so they went ahead and let Karen Hoffman start the class off, and Zach was ready to go, so they let him come up. Jim Darnell was going to be your next tractor that's going to be coming up. And again, if you like tractor pulling, go ahead and jump onto their site. You can see where all these guys are going to be pulling after they promote the heck out of pulling. And another Facebook page, and I happen to be an administrator on JD Farms. They added me before we went out to Amherst, Nebraska. And then there's also another Let's Grow Pulling Facebook page, and that one's actually based out of Wisconsin. But they do a good job every Monday night. They've got about an hour and a half internet show, I guess you want to put it, where they actually promote tractor pulling throughout the United States. They've had some guys from the Nebraska Bush Pullers on before from the PPL Champions Tour, the PPL Western Series, the Outlaw Truck and Tractor Pullers, Mid-American Truck and Tractor Pullers. I know that they've promoted some of their events and stuff, but they basically are up in the heart of pulling up there at the Badger State Tractor Pullers, but they do a good job of promoting pulling all across the United States, and kind of what the name states, let's grow pulling. So that's kind of their whole objective on getting the sport of pulling into being kind of along the lines of what you see kind of as NASCAR and some of that. No, we're probably never going to get to the realm of being a NASCAR type group. But yet it's always kind of nice if we can have some big corporate sponsorship step up and be able to help promote the sport, make it a bigger sport than what it actually is, so we can succeed from everything down here as being a small state group like what we are, small local groups, up to your region, all the way up into your Champions Tour. They're going to do a little track prep down there. They're going to try to get some of that oil soaked up from the Commandeer.
If you love racing, you're going to love what Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk can do for you. From fire suits, helmets, and crew shirts to banners, flags, and fan gear, Renner Wraps and Graphics offers large format digital printing, including vinyl wraps, fleet graphics, trailer wraps, banners, lettering, signs, logo design, custom screen printing and design, and so much more. Find them on Facebook. Visit RennerWrapsandGraphics.com or call 402-860-1147. Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk.
Remember the old days when you could fix your car yourself? Well, unfortunately, those days are gone. So when you hear that clunk or hear that ding, who can you trust? Trust your car to Brady and Dillon at Infinite Automotive. They're fully stocked and equipped to handle all auto and truck repairs with quality work you demand and the personal service you deserve. Plus, they'll even pick up and deliver your vehicle so you don't miss a minute of your day. For big town service with small town care, call Infinite Auto at 276-3400 or stop by the shop located just east of Duncan on Highway 30 south of Columbus.
Now I have to find out who donated the use of that Case Internationalist down there. But again, we got 7 classes that are going to be pulling here tonight. We've got 6 tractor classes and 1 diesel pickup class. But it's not going to be all smoke that you're seeing here. We got a bunch of alcohol tractors that are going to be running the unlimited super stock. And then we also got our modified tractors that are going to be out here, which are going to consist of everything from a supercharged Hemi down to turbine engines to Allison aircraft engines. And Andrew Beckman's back out again with the Big Bang Theory, so kind of gives you an idea of what we got coming up here. He's that multi-engine mod that we got coming up. A couple years ago, he was 5.3 liter engine. But this is Jim Darnell, Scottsbluff, Nebraska, on the Red Ryder. You had to get on the brakes really hard over here to be able to kind of stay in bounds. You really can't see it, but right on the other side of this dirt pile, there is a white chalk line there. If them tires touch that chalk line on that tractor, they are disqualified. The pull is over at that point in time, and they will get a 0 distance. So he was fighting it pretty hard. You can kind of tell whenever he hit that brake and it took him back, his one tire really let loose. That covers the distance on the command here. If they cannot get it fixed, which they do not think they will get back, but that was 30 feet, 0.46, 30.46. Jim Darnell in the Red Rider goes 273.17, 273.17. So Karen Hoffman still sitting out to the lead at 309 and 11. And if you're kind of wondering the distances that we're giving you, the North South and the laser, they are measured down to 1/100 of an inch, and actually they can break it down into 1/1000 of an inch if they need to. We are just going to go to the 2 digits, so we will give you the tenths and the hundredths, but they can go back in the laser and break it down even farther if they need to. So the distances you're kind of hearing is not going to be in feet, but basically in thousands of feet that you get. So the 0.46 or the 0.11, that is not 11 inches. That is actually 11 hundredths of a foot. The next tractor we have coming up, this is going to be Game On. This is going to be Brad Yankee. They hail from the Pilgrim, Nebraska area up there. You're going to see Craig Yankee coming in here later in the 4-1 Limited Pro class. He's got the tractor called Moving On. But this is going to be Brad Yankee, Game On. And he will be followed up by the Gunslinger. Tractor driven tonight by Andrew Meister. Owned by Anthony Guerra. And then we'll have the destructors here. Okay, and again, this is going to be Brad Yankee. That's his dad, Craig Yankee, down there that was backing him up. Again, the leading distance is 309.11. Karen Hoffman. So coming right now out of Pilgrim, Nebraska, this is going to be Brad Yankee. International, as they call it. Game On. I think you're going to have a new leader. Karen Hoffman was out there at 309 and 11. Down there to the very south end of the tramp. You'll see that tripod sitting out there, that's Gage Yacht. He's actually shooting the laser at that slow-moving sign, the prism up top. And that's how you get your distances to you. They radio them into us. The Brad Yankee goes 318.79, 318.79, so he is your new leader. Andrew Meister on the gunslinger is going to be coming up next. He'll be followed by Johnny Witt on the destructive deer. And Andrew's been doing a lot of work for this tractor. This tractor is owned by Anthony Guerra. I do believe he calls Pawnee City, Nebraska his home. But Andrew does own a tractor that I think they call it the Gold Top Demonstrator, I believe, is the one he actually has up at his place up there. He hails out of West Point, Nebraska, doing some work on some tractors for some guys. So when this class was kind of first put around together, it's kind of the starter class, the entry-level class for guys to get into. And in Nebraska Bush Mowers in the past, we've had a 3,000 RPM class, which we brought up. And we've kind of moved that class up into a 3,200 RPM class. They decided to give another 200 RPMs. They are not here tonight. You will see them in some other shows, but that kind of became the starter class for guys to be able to get in and hook with Nebraska Bush. Then they moved on up. A lot of those guys will move up from that class into this class. So these guys will have these tractors around for a long time and be able to build them all the way up from that. Basically, you get that starter class, the 3,200 RPM class on up into this class, and then they can actually take them all the way up to Super Farm and on up. But your current leader right now, Brad Yonke, game on, went 318.79. This is Andrew Meister on the tractor they call Gunslinger. Just got underneath that turbocharger just a little bit at the very end. Might have been a little bit heavy on the nose. They want these tractors to carry that front end about a foot off the ground, maybe not quite. That's where you get your best drawbar bite, I guess, onto them rear tires. But he was chasing Brad Yonke out there at 318 and change. We will see what Andrew Meister puts the Gunslinger. He's going to go 307 and 7. So 307.07. For Andrew Meister, that is going to put him in that number 3 spot as of right now. Brad Yonke still sitting out there at number 1. Aaron Hoffman's sitting there at number 2 at 309 and 11. And then Andrew Meister sitting there at number 3 at 307.07. So we have got 5 tractors done. We've got 11 tractors that are hooking in this class tonight. And this is going to be Johnny Witt on the destructive deer coming up. That's always kind of a tough thing with them front wheel assist tractors to get them turned back around in a kind of a tight little area there. But again, if you're interested in some merchandise over there, the trainer Broom is sitting over there at the table, the Nebraska Bush Mowers. If I get a chance, I'll take a walk over there. You can see some of the shirts that we got here that are hanging up down here. They're available over there. We've got the hats over there too. And we got the souvenir book. But if you're kind of wondering what the souvenir books are, I do have one of them sitting up here if you want to come up and take a look. They're just $5 a piece. We'll be coming through the bleachers later on. Might be able to sell you a book right up there, but if you want one kind of right now, go ahead and come on down and grab one. Got a little bit of a hold up on the track right now. Again, your leading distance, Brad Yankee, game on 3:18.79. Then there, number 2, Karen Hoffman on the tractor. She was your first look out you saw. But this is Johnny Witt on the tractor they call the Destructive Deer. Good pass there for Johnny on the Destructive Deer. Johnny at 44.50. He's chasing Brad Yankee out there at 3:18.79. Again, Karen Hoffman sitting there number 2 at 3:09.11. Andrew Meister sitting there at 3:07.7. I think he's going to be flirting with that second place. Kind of waiting for that smoke and dust to clear out there a little bit so they can get a good shot at that prism. Johnny Witt on the Destructive Deer just moves himself into the number 2 spot, goes 310.33. 310.33 for his distance right there. And on that replay board over there underneath, you can see all the sponsorship of new sponsors. The replay board. 310.33. That moves Johnny Witt in number 2. He's going to knock Karen Hoffman down into that number 3 spot. And Andrew Meister's going to be bumped down to 4. This next tractor coming up, this gentleman sitting on the seat, hails out of Maryland. He is serving our country right now at Offutt Air Force Base. But it's going to be Clayton Sweeney. This tractor they called the Barnstormer. When he was living out in Maryland, he had a tractor called out there the Barnstormer. They could run the intercoolers. He had this tractor up here, pulled with Nebraska bush a couple times, and we really don't have a true class that'll allow the intercoolers in them. Well, this tractor took a kind of a major makeover, but last year we were kind of giving him a hard time. But we named this tractor, instead of the Barnstormer, we called it the Maryland Ice Monster. This tractor, I do believe, was painted by Jerry Dolan out of Iowa. He runs the light limited super stock. Alice Chalmers that he runs over there, but he did a great job of painting this one. He called this tractor the Barnstormer. Kind of take it back to the old days of being back in the great state of Maryland. Clayton posted on his Facebook page when he was sitting down there at his office at Offutt Air Force Base, or out of the building he was in. And the only pickup and tractor in the parking lot was his. He says that the security guards kind of looked at him a little bit funny, and they wanted to know how much the chrome rims were on the back. He said he didn't have the heart to tell them those are aluminum. And it's probably the cheapest part of that tractor right there is those aluminum rims on the back. But right now he calls Bellevue, Nebraska home. Him and his son Glenn made the trip out here from Offutt Air Force Base today to come out to Platte County Fair, Columbus. Have a little fun on the weekend. But this is going to be Clayton Sweeney on the tractor they call the Barnstormer. Going to put himself a nice pass down. They're going to end up a little bit short. He should be in about that number 4 spot right now. Might be able to knock Andrew Meister down at 3:07.07. He is sitting there in the number 4 spot right now. Clayton Sweeney on the Barnstormer goes 295.44, 295.44. But again, this tractor, we got 11 tough tractors that are all sitting here. And basically right now they're within about 20 feet of each other.
Papa Murphy's of Columbus, a take and bake pizza company located at 3921 23rd Street, west of Family Dollar. Walk in and get one of Papa Murphy's signature pizzas or start selecting your pizza toppings and make your own. Call 402-606-4877 today and pre-order. Join the new Text Club. Text DINNER to 90421 and get exclusive sweet deals, pizzas, salads, and sweets. Take your pizza home from Papa Murphy's today and bake hot and ready to eat when you are.
Rackham tractor Eric Clark out of Logan, Iowa. Pulling here next. And then out of Coleridge, Nebraska, Lauren Paulson will be coming up as the last tractor in the class. The leader of this class is still going to be Brad Young, sitting out there 3:2.79 with the game on. Sitting there number 2, Johnny Witt, instructor deer, 3:10.33. And then Karen Hoffman sitting there number 3 right now at 3:09.11. Andrew Meister sitting there number 4 at 3:07. And Clayton Sweeney sitting there number 5 at 2:95. But they got it hooked up down there, going to make sure the chain and everything is tight. It looks like we're going green. Again, your leading distance, 3:18.79. Now this is going to be Dennis Beck on the tractor they call Spare Parts. tight to the ground. But I'll get you his distance here. Not sure if you just have some issues in the transmission part of that air tractor or... But he goes 257.93, 257.93. The DriveUp on the game on is still going to maintain the lead. Got Jim Darnell on the Crazy Horse, Scottsbluff, Nebraska coming up. And then the Rackham tractor, Eric Clark out of Logan, Iowa, sitting on deck. Hey, Dave. Come over here a second. I know you're tired. Saw Jim Darnell up here before on the Red Ryder. This is the second tractor they got in the stable. Most of the time, John is driving one of these tractors. Jim is taking the driving seat of this, both of them tonight. See if I can't do a little Facebook Live and an announcement at the same time. Ooh, I gotta put this around. But again, coming to you all the way from Scottsbluff, Nebraska. This is going to be Jim Darnell on the tractor they call the Crazy Horse. And Brad Young is still sitting out there, 318.79 in the lead. Jim Darnell, Scottsbluff, Nebraska, Crazy Horse. Definitely going up and down a lot on the tractor there. Jim Darnell on Crazy Horse goes 303.48, 303.48. So that is going to move him into that number 5 spot. As I'm kind of looking through here really quick. Not getting a really good look on. There we go. We're going to have the Rackham tractor, Eric Clark, coming up next. And then Lauren Paulson on the Deer Commander will be the last tractor in the class. friends of mine on Facebook. I just went Facebook Live, but if you kind of see on there, there's Ryan Rusnick, or Rusnick actually, he's from over in Iowa. He's a photographer, takes a bunch of pictures, but I was down in Mountain City, Missouri, announcing last couple weekends ago, I guess actually it was. And the promoters down there can never pronounce my name, so they actually called it Cup of Wiki when I checked into the hotel, so we just kind of changed that to Cup of Whiskey, and that's been kind of going around throughout the whole Facebook deal, so if you kind of see that on there, that's where that Cup of Wiki comes from on there, but again, go to JD Farms Bowling and you can get where those guys are from out, or where they'll be bowling at, or then go to Let's Grow Bowling, and the promotion of bowling all across all the United States is kind of listed on there. So, but Jim Darnell, he does move himself, I believe, into that number 5 spot right now. They are still chasing the distance put out there by Brad Yonke on the Game On. This tractor that's pulling up now, Rackham tractor. Eric Clark is driving it tonight. That's his brother Brandon Clark that's out there. They are farmers from over there in Logan, Iowa area. These two guys take turns driving it pretty much. They kind of split the driving duty about 50-50. Yeah, I don't want an empty one, Dave. I want a full one. But he is going to be chasing that distance put out there by Brad Yonke. All you John Deere fans, you guys got 2 shots left to take that number 1 spot. Otherwise, International is going to take the win here tonight. So I got to ask the question, how many John Deere fans we got here tonight? Will the Rackham tractor go over the distance put out there by Game On of Brad Yonke? And then you'll have the Deere Commander coming up next right after this one. But out of Logan, Iowa, this is Eric Clark on the John Deere that they call Rackham. I think he might have a new leader. Brad Yonke went 3:18.79. That was the leading distance. You see that leader flag out there, the checkered flag. 3:19.14. You have a new leader, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Clark, Rackham. Just puts that John Deere on top. And now you got the Deere Commander, Lauren Paulson, coming up next. And he can shake things up even more, put 2 John Deeres up on top. But he's going to knock Brad Yonke down to that number 2 spot. The Destructive Deere is sitting there at number 3. Aaron Hoffman's in there, number 4. Andrew Meister bumped down to number 5. Darnell on the crazy board as of right now. And we got 1 tractor left to come up in this 8,500-pound limited pro stock class. And then we are going to move ourselves to our diesel pickup. And we got 4 pickups that are here tonight. And I'll kind of get into these pickups just a little bit more, but they've changed the rules and stuff on this class in the past year. They went to kind of more of an open drive line, and they changed the turbo size on them. They used to be a 2.6. They are now running a 3.0 smooth bore. left to go with this 8,500-pound limited pro stock. See if he can knock off Eric Clark, the Rackham tractor. He just took the lead away from Brad Yankee on the game on. And again, if you know somebody that loves tractor pulling but could not come out tonight, make sure they look at that MyCentralNebraska.comTV. And they can live stream and watch it right at home. Okay, there's going to be Lauren Paulson on the Deer Commander. They're going to put them last two tractors right on top of each other. Rackham, Eric Clark is sitting there at 319.14, 319.14. We'll see if the last tractor of the class can come out and take the win. Wait for the smoke and the dust to clear, a little drama. 317.32, 317.32. That is going to put him in the number 3 spot. So Lauren Paulson will finish at number 3. I'll give you a rundown of the class here. We'll go from 11 on. But Eric Clark on the Rackham tractor looks like he is going to take home the win. Right now they're going through this, determining all the distances on this. They're going to do a little sled setting changes, probably change either the transmission or something in that box up there, or make that trip hit just a little bit faster. Leave the box about right where it's at for weight. Okay, we're going to go number 11. We're going to go to Zach Dovish on the Commandeer. Number 10, we'll go to Dennis Beck on spare parts. Number 9, Jim Darnell on Red Rider. Number 8 will go to Barnstormer, Clayton Sweeney. Number 7 will go to Jim Darnell on the Crazy Horse. Number 6 is going to go to Andrew Meister on the Gunslinger. Number 5 is going to go to Aaron Hoffman on Tractor. Number 4, Johnny Witt, Destructive Deer. Number 3 is going to go to Lauren Paulson on the Deer Commander. Number 2, Brad Yankee, Game On. He was the leader for quite a while in this. And then the Rackham tractor, Eric Clark out of Logan, Iowa, comes in and takes the win at 319.14. If you can, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. 8,500-pound limited pro stock class of the Nebraska Bush Pullers. Now we're going to move on to our 4x4 diesel pro stock pickups. These pickups must maintain their original length. They must run DOT approved tires. They will run a 3.0 smoothbore turbocharger, which that means that the inlet side of that turbo is smooth all the way in. There is no map ring enhancements that are allowed. They cannot groove it in any way to be able to let more air in. They are allowed now to run the open drive line, which means that they can actually go to a heavier drive line to be able to hopefully have less breakage. A lot of these guys are having a lot of drive line breakage. First one up is going to be Dylan Lemke. He is going to be your test puller, but they call this pickup Lights Out. Oh, he put down a monster pass out there. He almost got himself to the point where he wasn't on what they brought in for the pulling track. Dylan Lemke lights out. He is the test bowler in this. The other thing that can happen, though, is either the sled operator or the track officials can go ahead and say, no, we're going to go ahead and reweight that sled. We're going to bring it back around. And then they will make that decision to see if we are going to be official or not. Right now they're having problems getting through the smoke and the dust. The wind's kind of died down a little bit, so it's not clearing it out quite as fast. As soon as I get official word of what's going on, I will pass it on to you and let you know. I'll get you the distance right now. They're just confirming the distance on the with the laser. Okay, Dylan Lemke's distance. 324.12, 324.12. So that is going to be your distance as of right now. They have not decided to change the sled, so I think we are going to be official as we're sitting right now. But it's going to bring up Brent Jurecki out of Ceresco, Nebraska on the truck they call off again. And we got Nathan Bridgman on paying dues that's going to be coming up, and Brett Falk under pressure is sitting in the wings. They're waiting to come down the track. He will be the last pickup. Again, we have 4 pickups in this. We've got a few other guys that do hook with us, but they run businesses and they are really swamped and busy right now, so they said they could not cut out early to be able to get down here. We do have Jess Hardison that hooks with us every once in a while on the Husker diesel pickup. And then we also have a pickup that hails out of the Banghart diesel shop down there that them guys just could not get out early to be able to get down here. But this is going to be Brent Jurecki. He's chasing that distance, 324.12. See if he can put that Dodge out there, but this is going to be off again. Good pass there. You can kind of see he chose a little bit different spot in the track. Was a little bit closer to the grandstand side here. And the other thing I forgot to mention on these pickups too is they run no water injection. They run a iced air intercooler. So the big boxes up front are also loaded with ice. They suck the air for the turbocharger right through that, basically through that ice. It makes that cool air in there, feeds into that turbocharger, and that creates major amounts of horsepower and boost. A lot of these other tractors you're going to see tonight, they are all injecting water into their system. But again, you can see over there that replay board. And again, we want to thank Alan Heyer, Heartland Display, for coming up here. And we need to thank the young Lauren Cavan. Wave, you gotta wave to everybody. She got volunteered by her dad to do this. And then she said, yeah, that she would go ahead and do it anyway. She kind of thought it'd be fun. Brent Jureski's distance, I'll get that to you just as soon as we can get it relayed to us. .28, 320.28 for Brent Jureski. So now we're going to go to Nathan Bridgman on pay and dues. And if you're kind of noticing a trend in this, these pickups, they are all pretty much Generation 1 Dodge run the 5.9 Cummins. You will see some guys that are running the Duramaxes and the Ford Power Strokes that are starting to come around with them. The main difference on the 5.9 Cummins, that is basically an injection system like what you see in a tractor. Each cylinder's got its own fuel injection. Whenever you start getting into the Duramaxes, that is a common rail fuel system, and they are a lot harder to be able to get and a lot more expensive to be able to get them to run that amount of fuel that they need to run through there. You will see a lot of the Duramaxes that are starting to come around and the Power Strokes. But it all kind of started off with the 5.9 Cummins and these Dodges. But this is going to be Nathan Bridgman. He's chasing 324.12. This is the pickup they call pay and dues. Good pass there for Nathan. Going to see where he's out there. He's got himself kind of in that same distance out there with Brent Jureski and Dylan Lemke. Again, Dylan Lemke sitting up at 324.12. Brent Jureski went 320.28. Nathan Bridgman paying dues. I'll get you his distance here just as soon as we get it shot through the.
It's kind of like gasoline. So you know how you run gas.
Nathan Bridgman paying dues. Having a little bit of issues right now with the amount of smoke and dirt and stuff that goes on. They do start that sled every time at the same spot in the back there. So what they're doing now is they are verifying the measurements by taking the distance they had when they went forward. They're going back. They're shooting that distance again back where the sled set's at. So they want to verify the distances, make sure that they are correct, and that they're not getting thrown off by the amount of smoke and stuff that was kind of hanging around. The little bit of breeze that we had has kind of went away a little bit down here, so it makes it a little bit harder for them to get that laser shot. This is going to bring up Brett Falk under pressure. .54, 318.54. So that is going to leave him in the number 3 spot. And again, if you're kind of wondering why the distance are taking so long, it's kind of what I explained. The smoke and stuff is hanging around down there. They just want to verify the distances when they're going back so that they're giving the correct distance for everybody. But everybody's chasing Dylan Lemke out there. He's lights out at 3:24 and 12. But this is going to be Brett Falk on this pickup that they call Under Pressure. I hope that wasn't a turbocharger that just popped there at the very end, but I'm hoping it's just a crossover tube to let go. We're going to need a pull-off tractor. I am hoping that big pop that we had there was just a crossover pipe. Now let go. .53, 305.53. Cool thing about having a cordless mic is I can walk down there and see what's going on. Now basically going to finish in position pulling. 305.53 for Brett Falk. Well, the pop you heard, that was a turbo boot that decided to let go, so that hose that feeds the air into that turbocharger decided to let go, and that was that big pop you heard, and whenever that happens, it takes all that air away from it, puts it into other places, and that turbo just basically quits working right at that point in time. So he's going to finish in the number 4 spot, Brett Falk, under pressure. Number 3 is going to go to Nathan Bridgman, paying dues. Number 2, Brent Jarecki, on the off again. And the winner of this class, the first pickup out, Dylan Lemke. He goes 324.12 on the truck that they call Lights Out. But that is our 4x4 diesel pro stock class of the Nebraska Bush Pullers. Again, ladies and gentlemen, give them a hand. Some good hard running pickups there. And again, we are missing a couple pickups that you hooked with us tonight. We are going to move on to our modified class. So if you're here for the noise, this is the class that you want. We're going to start it off with Bodie Ott on the Warhawk. Go to Dave Turkelson on Jet Lag. Ryan Fuhr on Fuhr Poland. Tyler Meyer on Blue Thunder. Cody Meyer coming out on Retired Warfare. Andrew Beckman on the Big Bang Theory. And Blake Ott on Frequent Flyer. That is going to be the 7th modified that we're going to have up. The Warhawk, he is an Allison aircraft engine powered modified. Dave Turkelson on the Jet Lag, he is going to be a turbine. Brian Fuhr, he runs a supercharged Hemi. Blue Thunder, that is another Allison running on alcohol. Retired Warfare, Cody Meyer, that is a turbine. And if you don't understand the turbine, basically I think they come out of the Apache helicopters. But that is basically it's a big space heater, I guess, if you want to put it in those simple terms. Big Bang Theory, Andrew Beckman, he is running stair-step motors. I think he is running 2 5.3s. I guess I got to find out what he's running in that for sure. I'll have to talk to Otts on that. And then we're going to have Blake Ott coming up last on the Frequent Flyer. I know Andrew
If your
Beckman,
transmission's broke, you aren't going anywhere. Columbus Transmission, 1982 East 14th Avenue, just south of Tractor Supply, has been specializing in transmission repair for nearly 30 years. Whether it's your car, van, SUV pickup, or that special classic vehicle you've stowed away that needs work, Herb and his team can get you back on the road. All repair, rebuilding work is done on site, so you know it's going to last. And Columbus Transmission warranties the work. Call 564-7754 or stop by the shop, 1982 East 14th Avenue.
Pizza Ranch at the corner of 23rd Street and 33rd Avenue, Columbus. Choose the buffet your way, carry out or delivery. You can also enjoy the country's best chicken, fresh salads, and legendary handmade pizzas. If your favorite pizza is not on the buffet, their expert staff will be happy to make it your way and bring it to you while it's still hot. Pizza Ranch also serves the community with fundraisers. Pizza Ranch, always good. Try one of their legendary pizzas or chicken for carry out or delivery. Call 402-564-8131. Try it today.
And
again, the first modified we're going to have up is going to be Bodie Ott on the Warhawk. You hear that distinctive sound of it down there? So while we got a minute or two, I'm going to walk over here and see what we all got for merchandise for the Nebraska Bush Pullers. But the first modified we got coming up, this is Bodie Ott. He is an automotive instructor at Northeast Community College up in Northwest Nebraska. His son will be coming out here later. Blake on the Frequent Flyer. But this is going to be the Warhawk. Pretty good pass there for Bodie. Bodie out on the Warhawk just takes a pass down there. He's going to go 290 feet. 0.05, 290.5. We are official, so he is going to take that. He's going to need a pull-off. Yeah, we're going to need a pull-off on the track down here. We got a pull-off.
Look at that microphone.
But again, he did set the distance out there. Bodie out Warhawk. He's got his helmet off, ladies and gentlemen. If you enjoyed that run that he had, give him a hand. That thing puts out incredible amounts of torque in there. They never get the RPM high in it. But that thing will put the torque down to the ground and make a good pass on that. He is the recent points champion. And points as of right now, the Warhawk is sitting in there at number 1. Current points at 44. Frequent Flyer sitting there number 2 at 43. And then we got the Jet Lag sitting there right now at 33 points. Retired Warfare sitting there in the number 4 spot at 29. Put down there, and he did take that, so we are going to be official. So this is what everybody is going to be shooting the distance for right now. Again, his distance is 290.05 for Bodie Ott on the Warhawk. Next one coming up here now. This is going to be Jet Lag. This is Dave Turkelson. Again, this is one of the turbine powers. These turbines all hail out of Nebraska Gas Turbine up there in Hooper, Nebraska. Tyler and Cody Meyer own the business up there where they work on these turbines. Engines, I guess, for everybody across the world. I think it was Cody was down in South Africa, I believe, last year. Some turbines for some companies down there that they had. I know he's been into Texas and that stuff doing the same thing. A few years ago, they had a competitor that come out from Illinois. Had him work on it up there. He joined us up in West Point and Bloomfield, Nebraska. We had full 2 days in a row. And that gentleman from Illinois, after he had it worked on down here, he actually went out there and took a first and a third, I think, back home with Nebraska Bush Pullers. Took that back out to Illinois with him. I think it's turning out to be a great evening out here. The sun has gone down behind the grandstand. Still a nice little breeze every once in a while is coming through here, so it's making it bearable. It looks like we're going green. Dave Turkelson on the turbine power modified they call Jet Lag. Got himself a little bit squirrely. I want to say one thing, great job by the guys, the hitches. The main chain is still hooked up. And that is kind of the reason that we have some of these safety equipment, safety barriers out here. But Ed Walker, that Vanguard Motorsports sled there, he pulled the kill on that and stopped that tractor. He got on the brakes really hard. 272.38, he never did go out of bounds, but that is going to be where he's at. Getting him straight back out to get him unhooked. But they pulled the safety kill on him, I do believe, just to be able to shut that thing off the best they could. And again, that's why we have all the safety equipment, the requirements. There's a kill switch on there which will shut all the electrical off, basically shut the fuel pump off on that modified. And on the diesel powered, they actually shut the air to them off and actually have a kill. That'll shut the fuel off of the system too. So right now they're gonna have to go back in. They gotta, as the saying goes, fish things back out, fish that kill switch. That's that cable that Ed Walker there is pulling out right now. But as you can see,
Pizza Ranch at the corner of 23rd Street and 33rd Avenue, Columbus. Choose the buffet your way, carry out or delivery. You can also enjoy the country's best chicken, fresh salads, and legendary handmade pizzas. If your favorite pizza is not on the buffet, their expert staff will be happy to make it your way and bring it to you while it's still hot. Pizza Ranch also serves the community with fundraisers. Pizza Ranch, always good. Try one of their legendary pizzas or chicken for carry out or delivery. Call 402-564-8131. Try it today.
official with the Nebraska Bush Pullers up to years ago, and I do feel bad because everybody was looking at Ed Walker whenever I said that, and he happened to. Judy, I cannot say what they call that button across the microphone right now. If you want to know what that button is actually called, come down here. I will shut the mic off. I will tell you what they call that button. But if you kind of do the O, that'll kind of explain it right there. So, but Ed did a good job getting that tractor stopped, kept him in bounds, basically kept him from breaking away from that sled. There are two hooks that are hooking up. There's a primary and there's a secondary hook. We mainly run those for the indoor, but PPL does require both hooks to be on tractors at all times if they are hooking at a Nebraska Bush Pullers or Pro Pulling League event. Next tractor coming up right now, this is going to be a supercharged Hemi, so this one is going to make the ground shake and it's going to be a little hard on the ears. So for the youngins, I do recommend you kind of plug your ears on this one. They've been having some major issues with this thing, getting it to light all the time. They've had some fuel problems. I actually think they ran into a bad batch of fuel. That thing's hopefully figured out for them pretty good now. But it's going to be Brian Seward out of Lee, Nebraska. That is his cousin Jared that they're backing him up. Judy is standing down here with me right now. She's taking the distances, relaying them on to me. But this is a Bear Crop Science sponsored tractor. Brian works with the Cooperative Supply up in Lee, Nebraska. Agronomy department, I guess. He will be your seed sales and chemical salesman up there. And he's also sponsored by Platte Valley Equipment tonight. Out of Lee, Nebraska, Brian Feuer. The Feuer pulling. Supercharged Hemi. And I'm thinking they lost. I don't know if they actually lost the blower belt in there. I don't see it laying anywhere. Just lost the ignition on it right away. Gonna need to pull off. Now the one thing I will say to Brian though, is this thing did get it to light finally. But the blower belt is not on that tractor anymore. And kind of what I'm seeing here is bend up the shields and stuff a little bit. They got shields on there right now that actually force that blower belt, if it does take off, that it does deflect some of that force of that belt taking off. And it will throw it either down or it will just lay it right beside the tractor itself. Thanks, Joel. But if anybody wants to see what a blower belt looks like, we could probably auction that off. Mike, you gonna start the auctioneering at $100? Do a trivia question for this one? We'll have to think of a trivia question. We'll see if we can give this blower belt away. Maybe we can actually get Brian to sign it or some of the Feuer pulling team to sign it. I'll talk to Judy. She'll come up with some good trivia. But give Brian a hand, gentlemen, if that blower belt did not break. He'd have put down one heck of a pass there. He got this thing to light really well. Mike Langen, do you have a good trivia question we can throw out to the fans? Yours is too easy. Well, that'd be a simple one. I announced it earlier. I did tell him earlier what yours are. We can see if people are paying attention. We'll think about this one a little bit. Brian says it's a 144.05, 144.05. So Bodie out on the Warhawk is still sitting out there number one at 290.05. Dave Turkelson sitting there number two at 272.38. I just hope when that blower belt broke that it didn't mean something, and that supercharger was a little bit out of line, and then it caught, caused that blower belt to break. A lot of times what it is, it's just one of them things. The blower belt turns at such a high rate of speed that it finds a weak spot in there, and will finally just break and let go. But this is going to be Tyler Meyer, the Blue Thunder. This tractor was sitting in the shed for quite a few years. They decided to get it out. They always ran it on pretty much gas. They converted it over to alcohol this year. And about like everything else, when you do a bunch of conversions and you do a bunch of changes on that stuff, you always have a few bugs to work out. But again, this tractor called Super Nebraska home. Now there's one of the owner and operators of Nebraska Gas Turbine up there. Looks like we are ready to go. We got green on the sled. I went back to red. They're going to check to make sure that chain's not twisted. Tyler Myers, Super Nebraska, Blue Thunder. Just couldn't quite get it to clean out like it should have. Got a little excess fuel coming out. That's where you see a little bit of flame coming. Basically get it back up to speed and get the RPMs back up on it. 288.28, 288.28. So that's going to move him into that number 2 spot. Bodie out of the Warhawk sitting on there, 290.05, still number 1. Jet lag, Dave Turkelson sitting there number 3 at 272.38. And Brian Poor on quarter pulling is sitting there 144.05. That is going to bring up retired warfare. He is your defending points champion for the Nebraska Bush Pullers. And then we got Andrew Beckman on the Big Bang Theory coming up, and then Blake Ott, the frequent flyer, will be the last modified coming up. Again, Cody Meyer, retired warfare, coming out. Now this is going to be another one of those turbines. Kind of, you'll hear some guys tell us to call them hair dryers or space heaters. But it basically goes on that same series which the intro heater does down in that you have in your shop that's used in the wintertime. Most of the time they'll run these on like K1 kerosene.
Pizza Ranch at the corner of 23rd Street and 33rd Avenue, Columbus. Choose the buffet your way, carry out or delivery. You can also enjoy the country's best chicken, fresh salads, and legendary handmade pizzas. If your favorite pizza is not on the buffet, their expert staff will be happy to make it your way and bring it to you while it's still hot. Pizza Ranch also serves the community with fundraisers. Pizza Ranch, always good. Try one of their legendary pizzas or chicken for carry out or delivery. Call 402-564-8131. Try it today.
SawBlade.com, where you can order your saw blades right online, shipped direct to you, no middleman. Best price means you can get. If you order them one day, you'll have them within a day or two. It's SawBlade.com. They're one of the corporate sponsors. And also, we need to thank Stat Brothers Petroleum. They are a sponsor of the Nebraska Bush Pullers every year. Usually it takes about 2 guys to get these things backed up. The drivers are strapped in with a 5-point harness. They've got the neck collar on and the helmet. They just cannot turn around in their roll cage to be able to spin around right there whenever they're all cinched in there. So a lot of the guys, they'll do, the last thing they do is they'll put a neck collar on, and that neck collar is to kind of prevent them if they do get into a wild ride like you saw Dave Turkelson take before. It keeps their head pretty well straight and still, and it kind of prevents a little bit of whiplash possibilities they might have. Looks like the National Guard is flying around up there. Getting a view of the Platte County Fair, so. And then I kind of keep forgetting we're this close to the airport too, so we get some planes that come in here pretty low over here. But we got green. This is Cody Meyer, Hooper, Nebraska, your defending point champion of the Nebraska Bush Pullers, retired warfare. Your leader was at 290.05. You are going to have a new leader. Cody Meyer just goes out over 300. Probably puts himself about 310. We will get the distance here. 307.92. 307.92 for Cody Meyer. So he's your new leader here at Platte County Fair, Columbus, Nebraska. We've got 2 tractors left. Andrew Beckman and Blake Ott coming up. They both know the distance they need to be able to take the win. As Martin moves that flag out there to let the guys know the distance they need to get to. But 307.92, he's going to knock Bodie out down to that number 2 spot. He's sitting there at 290.05. Sitting there number 3, Tyler Meyer in the Blue Thunder is at 288.28. Dave Turkelson on jet lag, 272.38. And Ryan Tour sitting there at 144.05. Again, he broke that blower belt. Again, this is going to be Andrew Beckman coming up out of Norfolk, Nebraska. The Big Bang Theory. And he is running 33mm turbochargers that are on this thing. Basically forcing air into each bank onto this. So you kind of look up front of that and you can kind of see the makeup of it, how it kind of sits there. Some of the rules in this class, though, they do limit this class to so many cubic inches that you can be in. If you run multiple engine combinations, you got to stay underneath the cubic inch limit of so many cubic inches. And then also, if you turbocharge it, that also kind of takes into a little bit of account of what's happening. So you kind of see on the V8 Heavys that you had out there before, they limit and restrict supercharger size. On these guys, they actually restrict the turbocharger size on them, and they also limit the cubic inches. But again, Norfolk, Nebraska, Andrew Beckman. The modified they call it the Big Bang Theory. He did not get the turbochargers to spool up. Laying down on him up there, they just did not spool up. He was sitting there trying to hope that as farther down the track he went to the RPM to get up enough that he could go ahead and get him to spool up for him. But it just was not going to happen. Gonna need a pull-off tractor, gonna need a pull-off. But that modified right there, that is kind of a kind of deal, I guess, if you want to call it on it. But again, those turbochargers that are in there, they do have to get it all the way spooled up before you can really ever start building boost. And if you have one of them turbochargers that's just kind of laying down on there, it's just not going to let that engine build that boost that it needs to.
If you love racing, you're going to love what Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk can do for you. From fire suits, helmets, and crew shirts to banners, flags, and fan gear, Renner Wraps and Graphics offers large format digital printing, including vinyl wraps, fleet graphics, trailer wraps, banners, lettering, signs, logo design, custom screen printing and design, and so much more. Find them on Facebook. Visit RennerWrapsandGraphics.com or call 402-860-1147. Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk.
Remember the old days when you could fix your car yourself? Well, unfortunately, those days are gone. So when you hear that clunk or hear that ding, who can you trust? Trust your car to Brady and Dillon at Infinite Automotive. They're fully stocked and equipped to handle all auto and truck repairs with quality work you demand and the personal service you deserve. Plus, they'll even pick up and deliver your vehicle so you don't miss a minute of your day. For big town service with small town care, call Infinite Auto at 276-3400 or stop by the shop located just east of Duncan on Highway 30 south of Columbus. Papa Murphy's of Columbus, a take and bake pizza company located at 3921 23rd Street, west of Family Dollar. Walk in and get one of Papa Murphy's signature pizzas or start selecting your pizza toppings and make your own. Call 402-606-4877 today and pre-order. Join the new Text Club. Text DINNER to 90421 and get exclusive sweet deals, pizzas, salads, and sweets. Take your pizza home from Papa Murphy's today and bake hot and ready to eat when you are.
Must be trying to get their fly time in for them guys. They got to maintain so many hours of fly time, I guess, every week or month. So they're getting their training in. But coming to you up to the track right now, this is going to be Blake Ott. Works for Nebraska Central Railroad up there in Norfolk, Nebraska. Coming on another Allison Power. This is the son of Bodie out that was up there. But this is the one they call the frequent flyer. He shapes the distance out there, 307.92, 307.92. Cody Meyer on the retired Warfare. Sitting there, number 2, Bodie out on the Warhawk. And number 3 is Tyler Meyer on the Blue Thunder. Blake Ott, frequent flyer. Last track down is going to take the win out of Columbus, Nebraska, Platte County Fair. And Blake Ott just laid down a pass. He got himself out to the very end of the track. He had some great speed going there. I'm going to try to find out if we can get his speed, but he had to be in the upper 20s going down the track. So Blake Ott goes 336.21, 336.21 to take the win here. Okay, from the sled, Ed Walker had just said that Blake Ott was going down the track at 30.3 mile an hour. So that kind of gives you an idea of what you're looking at for speed right there. I figured he was upper 20s. I did not think he was quite over that 30, but he was at 30.3. And there is the speed sensor that they do have in that sled. So basically you can get an accurate reading out of that. They are running basically a Calcinator type metering system in there, so they know the speed, and actually if they have an event where they do not have anybody that has a laser or speed readings, they can actually use the sled readings in there to get you the distances. Finisher number 7 is going to be Brian Fuhr in the Fuhr Poland. Number 6 is going to go to Andrew Beckman on the Big Bang Theory. Number 5, Dave Turkelson on Jet Lag. Number 4, Tyler Meyer, Blue Thunder. Number 3 is going to go to Cody Ott on the Warhawk. Number 2, Cody Meyer, retired Warfare. And the last tractor down, Blake Ott goes 336.21 on the modified they call the frequent flyer. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen, our modified class for the Nebraska Bush Pullers. We are going to move ourselves on now to the Super Farm class. And we got 10 tractors in there. We're going to start it off with the feedlot specialist, Davey Lichka. Chad Weisenkamp on Someday.
If your transmission's broke, you aren't going anywhere. Columbus Transmission, 1982 East 14th Avenue, just south of Tractor Supply, has been specializing in transmission repair for nearly 30 years. Whether it's your car, van, SUV pickup, or that special classic vehicle you've stowed away that needs work, Irv and his team can get you back on the road. All repair rebuilding work is done on site, so you know it's going to last. And Columbus Transmission warranties the work. Call 564-7754 or stop by the shop, 1982 East 14th Avenue.
Pizza Ranch at the corner of 23rd Street and 33rd Avenue, Columbus. Choose the buffet your way, carry out or delivery. You can also enjoy the country's best chicken, fresh salads, and legendary handmade pizzas. If your favorite pizza is not on the buffet, their expert staff will be happy to make it your way and bring it to you while it's still hot. Pizza Ranch also serves the community with fundraisers. Pizza Ranch, always good. Try one of their legendary pizzas or chicken for carry out or delivery. Call 402-564-8131. Try it today.
K&N filters, mobile, Protect the Harvest, Golden Harvest, Springfield Armory, and we just added a brand new one through the Pro Bowling League, but it is the Polaris Razor. The Polaris Ranger is the proud sponsor of Lucas Oil. Pro Bowling League, every Ranger is built on decades of industry leading innovation, driven by customer influence, design, and quality that puts Polaris ahead of the rest. Ranger has been the #1 trusted partner by more farmers, hunters, and homeowners for 10 straight years. Visit ranger.polaris.com to learn more. Hardest working, smoothest riding, Polaris Ranger. Okay, we are moving on now to our 9,200-pound Super Farm class. This is going to be the first tractor out. Hails out of Schuyler, Nebraska. They do a lot of help down here at the Platte County Fair getting this tractor pull going. This tractor is campaigned by the Yelichka family up there. Dave Yelichka, the dad, he is sitting on the seat of it tonight. He is going to be your first puller that you have in this class, so he will be your test puller again. But again, coming to you from Schuyler, Nebraska. Farmer, feedlot owner up there. Dave Yelichka, the feedlot special. Good pass put out there by Dave. He finished number 2 in the points last year. .15. We'll see what they want to do with the sled settings. See, once Dave did take that, so we are going to be official. Can we get somebody from the fair board to please turn the lights on above the awning here? We're going to need some lights here pretty soon. The track's going to get a little dark. So if we get the lights turned on, please. turns on their cell phone, their flash, their whatever you want to call it. Just kind of everybody set them out there. Now we got two. If you've been around tractor pulling at all for any amount of years, you know the name of this tractor when it pulls up on the track. Hails out of, I'm going to call the Yuling, Nebraska area. But this is the tractor that is driven tonight by Chad Weisenkamp. This is the Someday tractor. Tractor campaigned for many, many years by the Weisenkamps. Mel did a lot of the driving for quite a few years. And Chad, they kind of split the driving duties. But case that is put out there by by Dave Ulichka, 322.15. Chad Weisenkamp, International 1066 they call Someday. Pass there. We're going to see what 322.15 is your leader. That's Dave Ulichka, Chad Weisenkamp. He puts one out there right in about that same neck of the woods, maybe a little bit farther down. Again, you can take a look at the 324.61, 324.61. So you have a new leader. Chad Weisenkamp on the Someday just goes about 2 feet, maybe 2.5 feet farther than Dave Ulichka on the feedlot special. We're going to be bringing up Mike Dunclow next. He is the defending points champion in this 9,200-pound super farm. The Vernon Bucks. Again, the lights to kick on here. Mike Dunclow can take the lead back away again. They are sitting out there right at about the end of the track. They played this dirt over top. Dave Ulichka was going 28.8 mile an hour. Chad Weisenkamp was going 29. So 0.2 mile an hour difference in there. Might have ended up to be about that 2 foot of distance that was the difference between first and second right there. That's Mike's wife out there that's backing him up. She is with Mike about every pull. I do not know if she's ever really missed too many pulls throughout the whole time as they've been pulling together, but she usually will back him up. Again, the distance Chad Weisenkamp put up there is 324.61 on the Someday. Dave Ulichka is sitting out there at 322.15 on the feedlot special. Mike Dunclow coming up now on the Vernon Bucks. He'll be followed up by Jim Waddle on the Dark Horse. Okay, we're going green. Mike Dunklow, Pilger, Nebraska. The John Deere that they call Burning Bucks. I think it's going to stack these super farms right on top of each other. Again, number one is 324.61. Sitting there, number two, Davey Liska sitting at 322.15. So you got Chad Weisenkamp sitting there, number one. On the someday, the feedlot special sitting there, number two. And Mike Dunklow goes 320.38, 320.38 for the Burning Bucks. So that's going to leave him in that number three spot. Coming up, dark horse, Jim Waddle out of Wahoo, Nebraska, owner and operator of Red Repair down there. He's campaigning this tractor for quite a few years. It started out as a super farm. He decided to try to make it lose a little bit of weight, take it down to the, he wanted to get down into that light super stock, could not quite make that weight, so he actually campaigned it for a while, bolted one single big charger on it, campaigned it for a while into super stock. And decided to take it back up to the super farm.
Who was there?
So we got Jim Waddle coming up right now. He's backing up the sled, the dark horse. Keith Seidler in the way is on deck. Wallman 1066, Drake Wallman. He is sitting there in the third spot waiting behind. Okay, we got green. Wahoo, Nebraska, Jim Waddle. Little MX tractor he calls the dark horse. Good pass for Jim on that dark horse. And again, basically taking that thing from running one big single turbocharger into the super farm charger. It always takes a little bit of learning in that every year that you change. But again, he owns and operates Red Repair down there, but he goes 305.38, 305.38. That is going to leave him in that number 4 spot as of right now. And again, if you're interested in some Nebraska Bush Pullers merchandise, they've got the table set up over there, got some hats, t-shirts. I think we're going to be throwing out some giveaway t-shirts here a little bit later on. But 305.3 for Jim Waddle, Wahoo, Nebraska. Your leader is still Chad Weisenkamp on the Someday. He's out there at 324.61. It's going to bring up Keith Fiedler. Tractor that he calls in the way. He's going to want to put this John Deere in the way. He's going to try to get it up there in that top spot. Tractor looks like it's carrying about the 43-20-10 work on it. Okay, looks like we're getting green. Keith Fiedler. John Deere, he calls in the way. He's going to shake things up a little bit. Don't think he's going to put himself into the top 3, but he should put himself into a solid number 4 right there. .30, 308.30. Right now, he's sitting there in that number 4 spot. Your leader is still Chad Weisenkamp Someday. Sitting number 2, David Litchka, Feedlot Special. Sitting number 3, Vernon Bucks, Mike Dunkplow. Sitting number 4, Keith Fiedler on the In the Way tractor. And sitting number 5, Jim Bottle on the Dark Horse. Okay, next tractor we got coming up, it's going to be Greg Wallman on the Wallman 1066. He is actually sitting number 4 right now in the points. He took it with the Nebraska Bush a couple times. Sitting there with 21 points. The Husker tractor coming up here in a little bit. Is sitting there and lead at 28. Tied with the Feedlot Special, also 28. Vernon Bucks tractor sitting there at 26. Also tied with the Wallman. Also at 26 points. So. But your leader is sitting out there at 324.61. Chad Weisenkamp, the Someday Tractor out of Ewing, Nebraska. Davey Litchka sitting there number 2 at 322.15 on the feedlot special. Get the chain tied on that, get him all squared away. Wait for the green flag. Okay, we are green. Drake Wallman, the Wallman, 1066. Bounce where that nose kept coming up, seesawing back and forth. Definitely took some distance away from him. The tires were kind of biting and then unloading. The 298.35, 298.35 for Drake Wallman. We're going to bring up the Husker Hooker, Eric Droney coming up. Then we got the Magnum Force Tractor, Norm Cavan. And then we've got Ultimate Muscle, Rick Engelmeyer. And the Never Say Never, Molly Peterson Headmister. That's going to be coming up as the last tractor. You can kind of watch the replay up there and you'll see that up and down bounce that he got himself into. Every time he did that, that took a little bit of distance away from him. The bad part about it is that can be a little difference of about 55 pounds on that nose that need to move that belly or put back onto the nose to be able to get that balance out a little bit better so if they didn't keep losing that drawbar like that. This is going to be the Husker Hooker, Eric Droney, that's coming up. And get everybody's face that distance put out there by Chad Weisenkamp at 324.61. Droney on the Husker Hooker right now. And again, he is your current co-points leader with the feedlot special. Get him back up, get everything square, but they are all chasing that distance put out there by Chad Weisenkamp. The old Someday Tractor. But out of Wayne, Nebraska, Eric Droney, the Husker Hooker. Get it past for Eric. Going to see once we can't shake up that top. He was going after that distance put out there by Chad Weisenkamp. 322.30, 322.30. So he is by 0.15 of a foot over Dave Ulichkin to move himself into the number 2 spot. So 322.30 versus 322.15 is going to separate second and third right now. Your leader is still sitting out there at 324.61, and that is the Someday tractor.
If you love racing, you're going to love what Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk can do for you. From fire suits, helmets, and crew shirts to banners, flags, and fan gear, Renner Wraps and Graphics offers large format digital printing, including vinyl wraps, fleet graphics, trailer wraps, banners, lettering, signs, logo design, custom screen printing and design, and so much more. Find them on Facebook. Visit RennerWrapsandGraphics.com or call 402-860-1147. Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk.
And the Never Say Never, Molly Edmister, that's coming up here. See what these two tractors can go ahead and dethrone Mr. Norm Cavan that is sitting there right now in the lead at 326.44.
Remember the old days when you could fix your car yourself? Well, unfortunately, those days are gone. So when you hear that clunk or hear that ding, who can you trust? Trust your car to Brady and Dillon at Infinite. They're fully stocked and equipped to handle all auto and truck repairs with quality work you demand and the personal service you deserve. Plus, they'll even pick up and deliver your vehicle so you don't miss a minute of your day. For big town service with small town care, call Infinite Auto at 276-3400 or stop by the shop located just east of Duncan on Highway 30 south of Columbus. Papa Murphy's of Columbus, a take and bake pizza company located at 3921 23rd Street, west of Family Dollar. Walk in and get one of Papa Murphy's signature pizzas or start selecting your pizza toppings and make your own. Call 402-606-4877 today and pre-order. Join the new Text Club. Text DINNER to 90421 and get exclusive sweet deals, pizzas, salads, and sweets. Take your pizza home from Papa Murphy's today and bake hot and ready to eat when you are.
If your transmission's broke, you aren't going anywhere. Columbus Transmission, 1982 East 14th Avenue, just south of Tractor Supply, has been specializing in transmission repair for nearly 30 years. Whether it's your car, van, SUV pickup, or that special classic vehicle you've stowed away that needs work, Irv and his team can get you back on the road. All repair rebuilding work is done on site, so you know it's going to last. And Columbus Transmission warranties the work. Call 564-7754 or stop by the shop, 1982 East 14th Avenue.
Do to take this class until Molly Peterson comes up, but this is got to be over 326.44. 326.44. Getting him back up there. Again, set number 1, Norm Cavan, Magnaforce. Set number 2, Chad Weisenkamp. Set number 3, Eric Groney. And number 4, Davey Litchka. That is your top 4 as of right now. And Brock Ford, make sure that chain's tight, it's all squared away. Looks like we are getting green. Out of that West Point, Nebraska area, this is going to be Rick Engelmeyer, the ultimate muscle. I think he's going to be in the area to shake up the top 4. I do not think he got enough distance to beat Norm Cavan. Norm was out there at 326. .98, 317.98. That looks like that's going to leave him in that number 6 spot as of right now. As I try to do a quick rundown, but we got one tractor left. Molly Peterson, Edmister, to never say never. See if she can come out here and shake out the order of everything that we got going on. Next class we're going to be bringing us to is going to be our 6,000-pound light super stock class. And that class you're going to see a combination alcohol and diesel. You're going to see multiple turbochargers. You're going to see big single turbochargers that are underneath the hoods of these tractors. And they will put out some tire speed probably approaching that 55 to 65 mile an hour area. Whenever they get them to light up and go. And then the last class that we'll have tonight is going to be our Unlimited Supers. We have got 10 light super stocks coming up, and then we have got 4 Unlimited Super stocks. And then we will have our 4-1 Limited Pro class where we have 7 tractors that showed up. Okay, hooked up to the tractor right now. Out of that Fremont, Nebraska area, I think is where she lives at. Tractor pretty much hails out of Yuling, but this is going to be the Never Say Never. She had to get on that brake really hard at about 125 feet to keep it from going out of bounds. I could kind of see what she was doing. She wanted to get over here onto this side and maybe kind of shoot back a little bit, but she had to really get on that brake really hard. When she went past me at 250 foot here, you could see her shaking her head that she knew that she was not going to be able to get down there. But she put a good pass down there. She's going to shake up some things. Definitely not where she wanted to be. But 302.89, 302.89, but I will give you a rundown of the class here just as soon as we get things confirmed. And again, I've been asked, as soon as the tractor pull is over, they are going to have karaoke and some music over here, kind of to the right. You can see that they got things set up. But make sure you stick around afterwards. We got probably, I'm going to guess about 20 tractors left to hook tonight, so we're basically about 2/3 done. We got just a little bit here. We got the 10 light supers coming up, and then we got 4 unlimited supers, and then we got 7 4-1 limited pros that'll be coming up yet. But right after that is over, they are going to have everything set up over here. They're going to kick it off as soon as we are done. They're going to have karaoke and some music playing over here, so stick around. Grab yourself some adult refreshments. Have a good time. Platte County Fair time. It is Happy Fair time, so make sure you spend it right down here at the Ag Park. Right now they're confirming the numbers between everybody that's got the headsets on. A few of the drivers are kind of walking back and forth out here, taking a look at the track, seeing what they're seeing on it. The rundown in the Super Farm class. Number 10 is going to go to Drake Wallman on the Wallman International 1066. Number 9 is going to go to Never Say Never, Molly Peterson, Edminster. Number 8 is going to go to Jim Waddle, Dark Horse. Number 7, Keith Seidler, In the Way. Number 6 is going to go to Rick Engelmeyer, Ultimate Muscle. Number 5, Mike Dunklau on the Burnin' Bucks. Number 4, Dave Yelichka, Feedlot Special. Number 3, Husker Hooker, Eric Groney. Number 2 is going to go to Chad Weisenkamp on the Someday. And the winner of the class, Norm Cavan, on the Magnum Force, goes 326 and change. If you can, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a 9,200-pound Super Farm class of the Nebraska Bush Pullers. We are going to be bringing up our 6,200-pound or 6,000-pound light supers.
If you love racing, you're going to love what Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk can do for you. From fire suits, helmets, and crew shirts to banners, flags, and fan gear, Renner Wraps and Graphics offers large format digital printing, including vinyl wraps, fleet graphics, trailer wraps, banners, lettering, signs, logo design, custom screen printing and design, and so much more. Find them on Facebook. Visit RennerWrapsandGraphics.com or call 402-860-1147. Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk.
Remember the old days when you could fix your car yourself? Well, unfortunately, those days are gone. So when you hear that clunk or hear that ding, who can you trust? Trust your car to Brady and Dillon at Infinite Automotive. They're fully stocked and equipped to handle all auto and truck repairs with quality work you demand and the personal service you deserve. Plus, they'll even pick up and deliver your vehicle so you don't miss a minute of your day. For big town service with small town care, call Infinite Auto at 276-3400 or stop by the shop located just east of Duncan on Highway 30 south of Columbus.
sounds like they're getting some of the light super stocks starting to head up to the deal. We're going to keep the activity going on, so if you do need to go down and get some refreshments, make sure you make it pretty quick. Keep your eye on the screen up there. Wherever you're at, you can kind of see the action as we're going. So it'll give you an idea what's happening, but this is going to be our 6,200-pound light super stock. And we've got coming up to you right now, the first tractor out is going to be Mike Langen on the Thunder. And to kind of separate the two between this Mike and the other Mike that's going to be pulling, we call this one Mike Langen Jr. But this will be the Thunder tractor that's coming up here right now. This is a multi-turbocharged tractor. He's running 2 turbochargers underneath the hood. Diesel fired, as you can see the smoke coming out of there, running about 505 cubic inches. And these tractors that you see now, they're going to be running the 30.5, 32 rear tires. All the other tractors you've seen so far tonight have been running the 24.5, 32s. These are just a little bit wider tire. Kind of the wild thing about these is when you start seeing these guys really get a good bite on that track, they'll kind of get into what's kind of known as the super stock shake. They'll kind of walk them tires back and forth a little bit. A little bit of that's all right. Too much of it makes for a wild ride. They're right here out of Columbus, Nebraska. The first tractor down in the 6,200-pound light super stock. This is going to be Mike Langen Jr. on the John Deere they call the Thunder. Kind of from what I'm seeing right here, he had a good pass going. They got that sled set pretty hard. These light super stocks, you kind of never know what they're going to do. If they can get a good bite on that track, they can put it out there 350 foot plus on a really good sled setting. But he goes 280.93, 280.93 for Mike Langen on the Thunder, and we are official. For Mike Langen Jr. on the Thunder. We are official, so he set the distance to beat. This next tractor coming up hails out of Menno, South Dakota. And if you're kind of wondering where that is at, if you look at the state of South Dakota, and there's a little tail that goes down there kind of by Sioux City. Well, Menno, South Dakota is right down in that little tail. But this is going to be Mark Ulmer coming up. And this is going to be the weapon. And again, this is the diesel fire. This tractor right here is running the 3 pressure stages of the turbochargers. looks like we're going green. Distance to beat 280.93. Listen to this tractor get wound up. Get all them stages of that turbochargers that he's got underneath the hood built up. But in Meadow, South Dakota, Mark Ulmer on the Case International Magnum that they call the Weapon. A really good pass there for Mark. He was fighting that thing coming down there. It was getting a little squirrely on him. Mark has been sitting on the seat of that tractor for quite a few years. But you can hear all that air getting forced out of that exhaust pipe. That big... .57. You have a new leader, Mark Ulmer. 307. Mark Ulmer. And kind of to give you an idea, he wasn't getting a complete bite of that track. He was only going 27.4 miles an hour. So right now, he's not getting a total bite of that track, but he still puts it out there at 307.57. So we got Ty Groening coming up now on the Mr. Alice. And I got Keith Baker on the last call. He's going to be sitting on deck back there. And again, I've been asked to kind of relay the message along, but the beer garden is going to stay open for a while yet, but we do have the karaoke and stuff, or they do have the karaoke. That's going to be starting over here just to the south. Mike Golda. Mike Golda's the karaoke king. Okay. So Mike Golda will probably be performing over there in the karaoke area. And if you don't know who Mike Golda is, just go over here to the karaoke area and you'll find out who it is. But it's carrying the old D21 tin work. These guys used to campaign this back in the day when Nebraska Bush used to run a 75 and 8,500 pound class. They used to run that in both. They called it a 75, 8,500 pound pro stocks. And that's been back in the day. And speaking of which, if anybody wants this belt up here, if you can tell me in what year Nebraska Bush Pullers was founded, if you remember a while back, I told you. But if you can come up here and tell me what year it was, you will get this blower belt if you want it to hang on your wall. It's a little gift for the kid. But if you can tell me the founding year of the Nebraska Bush Pullers, I will give you this blower belt. And we will try to get Brian Pooher of the Pooher team to sign it for you. Just come up here to the announcer stand and get my attention and let me know. But this will be the Mr. Alice. The Groenies used to campaign at Allen's D21 that they called the Challenger. And that was back in the days whenever they used to run that 7,500 pound and 8,500 pound pro stock class. And you would see all these tractors running twice. We have a winner. The Nebraska Bush Pullers, they were founded in 1981, so a young man is going to win the blower belt. But it's going to be Ty Groening on On the D21 that they call Mr. Allen. Definitely not what we wanted to see. That almost sounded like a turbocharger, but there's a possibility it's just a crossover tube too. So with the color of smoke that was coming out, getting a lot of extra fuel in there. We're going to need to pull up. You got it to spool up pretty good. You got it coming out of the hole pretty decent. Put that throttle all the way forward, and all of a sudden you can hear that turbocharger just go boop.
Papa Murphy's of Columbus, a take and bake pizza company located at 3921 23rd Street, west of Family Dollar. Walk in and get one of Papa Murphy's signature pizzas or start selecting your pizza toppings and make your own. Call 402-606-4877 today and pre-order. Join the new Text Club. Text DINNER to 90421 and get exclusive sweet deals, pizzas, salads, and sweets. Take your pizza home from Papa Murphy's today and bake hot and ready to eat when you are.
If your transmission's broke, you aren't going anywhere. Columbus Transmission, 1982 East 14th Avenue, just south of Tractor Supply, has been specializing in transmission repair for nearly 30 years. Whether it's your car, van, SUV pickup, or that special classic vehicle you've stowed away that needs work, Irv and his team can get you back on the road. All repair rebuilding work is done on site, so you know it's going to last. And Columbus Transmission warranties the work. Call 564-7754 or stop by the shop, 1982 East 14th Avenue.
Pizza Ranch at the corner of 23rd Street and 33rd Avenue, Columbus. Choose the buffet your way, carry out or delivery. You can also enjoy the country's best chicken, fresh salads, and legendary handmade pizzas. If your favorite pizza is not on the buffet, their expert staff will be happy to make it your way and bring it to you while it's still hot. Pizza Ranch also serves the community with fundraisers. Pizza Ranch, always good. Try one of their legendary pizzas or chicken for carry out or delivery. Call 402-564-8131. Try it today.
Set number 2, the Thunder, Mike Langman Jr., 280.93. And Ty Grody sitting there number 3 right now, 104.46. Heard another tractor fire up back there. Know the sound of this tractor well. This is Keith Baker, Columbus, Nebraska. Basically hails himself out of here now. Kind of calls West Point home. That's where the tractor sits. Got a shop up there. He owns and operates Beckmental Express. But this is a 505 cubic inch alcohol charge, and he is turning one big single turbocharger underneath it. But he is your light super stock champion from last year, 2016. But this will be Keith Baker coming up on the tractor he calls the last call. He has to get over that distance put up there by Mark Homer on the weapon. 307.57, 307.57. If I get one of the fair board members to turn the lights on back there for the kind of the pit area, it's getting really dark back there and the guys need to kind of see some things. So if one of the fair board members could turn the lights on back there kind of in that pit area, it would be appreciated. Get the chain tightened up. Wait for the green on the sled. He shifts the distance put out there by Mark Ulmer, 307. Keith Baker, last call. Kind of a rough ride for Keith. The track is kind of fooling these guys a little bit. They're not quite getting the bites that they think they're going to be getting. They can't. And then whenever that front end comes up, then it kind of wants to unload. But 307.57, that's your leader, Mark Ulmer, right now. But you have a new leader. Keith Baker just goes 310.24, 310.24 to take the lead. So last call, Keith Baker just takes the lead away from Mark Ulmer. And we'll knock Mike Langen down on the front of your track. Down to that number 3 spot. Ty Groney's down to number 4. We got another tractor coming up out of Menlo, South Dakota. A New Holland brand. It's going to be a blue one out there, but this is going to be Tyler Ulmer on a tractor they call Eleanor. Sitting on deck back there is going to be Herb Hake on the Wildfire. Gary Rimmers on the Hustler is sitting there in the hole right now. So that's kind of the lineup that you got coming up. But again, Tyler Ulmer on Eleanor sitting there right now. Keith Baker just puts the distance out there for everyone to beat so far. Keith goes 310.24. And he's going to take Mark Ulmer down to that number 2 spot. Tyler's going to want to put this Alcohol Fire New Holland right down into that leader spot down there. Chain tightened up. They got to make sure everything's hooked up correct down there. But again, Meadow, South Dakota, Tyler Ulmer on the New Holland they call Eleanor. Got himself getting pulled really hard here to the right. He's going to go out of bounds. And kind of that dirt ridge you got sitting here and seeing that. For some of them guys, that will basically gives them kind of an area that they can kind of bounce off of. But as soon as he touched that white line, Tyler was working it to try to get it out of that, but it was hooking him hard to the right. But he is going to take a DQ because he did go out of bounds. Judy's kind of making a comment up here. She said she doesn't move very often, but she was moving pretty hard on that one. I kind of looked at her and went, well, I didn't think you were that close. But I guess I might have been standing a few feet farther back from where she was. And she was in front of me, too. So. But again, anytime they start getting that kind of that pull over to the side like what he was, you just never know. And kind of, I saw the white chalk go flying up right away, and I knew that he went out of bounds. And then he kind of bounced himself off this rigid dirt here and kind of took him on a little bit of a wild ride there. But so Tyler Ulmer, he did go just 279.94, but he does have to take the DQ, so his distance will not matter. But just to kind of give you an idea where he ended up. If you follow Tractor Pulling and you know anybody from Columbus who does like super stock, this is one of the guys you're going to know. This is Irv Hake on the Wildfire. Owns and operates Columbus Transmission out here. Right. Now a couple of these tractors you're going to see here are going to be a little bit different than what you saw before. They're going to run diesel, but they are going to run one single charger. But it is a big one. It is running about a 4.5 inch, I think, on the inlet, somewhere in that area. But they are also turning 640 cubic inches underneath the hood. So that big block that got in there, that is punched out to 640 cubic inches. And they are spinning one really big, large turbocharger underneath the hood. You're going to see a few of these guys doing that. The Hustler coming up, he's kind of doing that. Brad Brune on the Crazy Train is doing the same thing. So that kind of gives you an idea of what some of the things you can do in this light super stock class. And the one thing that's the difference between this class and the next class you're going to see, which is Unlimited Supers, these are all cast rear end tractors. So this is actually your ag tractor rear end that is in these. When you get into the Unlimited Super Stocks, that's when we're going to get into where you got the component chassis, which is basically a truck rear end, bolted to a transmission, frame, drive chassis, your engine, and then you kind of go from there. So that kind of gives you an idea of the differences in the class. They weigh about the same amount of weight. The difference that we have in the Nebraska Bush is that these are actual cast rear end tractors, and the Unlimited Super Stocks you're going to see coming up next, those are all components. But still chasing the distance put out there by Keith Baker at 310.24. This is going to be Irv Hake, Columbus, Nebraska. He finished number 5 in the points last year. They're right out of Columbus, Nebraska here again. This is Irv Hake. The John Deere 4055 that he calls the Wildfire. We will see the distance again, 310, but you should have a new leader. We're going to need a pull-off tractor. 310.24, that was Keith Baker's distance on last call. But 319.11, you do have a new leader. 319.11 Irv Hake, the Wildfire, he takes the lead away from Keith Baker on the last call. But we got Gary Remmers coming up next. And then we're going to have Brad Brune on the Crazy Train coming up. Gary Remmers is coming up on the Hustler. The 319.11, Irv Hake, Wildfire, he takes the lead. Keith Baker sitting there number 2 at 310.24. Actually, I was just talking to Keith up here. We're talking about it, and he said Irv had the best run and took the front end up, kind of let it go. Didn't get into that, and where Keith was kind of sitting there doing that seesaw back and forth. And he said that really cost him, but he's really happy for Irv to have a run. Irv has been fighting that tractor pretty good, so did a bunch of changing on it, I guess. A lot of times the guys change things, they don't change a lot, but it's just enough that they got to kind of relearn that tractor a little bit. But this next tractor up here hails out of a little town called Holmesville, Nebraska, down there kind of by Beatrice, Fairbury area. But this is going to be Gary Remmers on the, I believe this is the 1070 case that they call the Hustler. Gary Remmers and Ryan Fisser own this tractor together. Gary does probably 95% of the driving on it. Him and his wife Lynn have been the kind of the combo treasurers of the Nebraska Bush Pullers for as far as back as I can remember, I guess. And I've been doing this for I think 7 years now is what I've been announcing for the Nebraska Bush Pullers, so. But again, we got Green trying to chase down or take distance. Holmesville, Nebraska. Gary Remmers on the case they call the Hustler. Kind of got himself into that seesaw deal there. He was fighting the brakes pretty hard all the way down here. I don't know if he's going to get the distance put out there by Irv. He's going to be close. So that number 2 spot. Again, Irv Hake sitting out there at 319.11. Keith Baker sitting there at 310.24. Gary Remmers is going to move himself into the number 3 spot at 307.44. No, I'm sorry. Number 4 spot. Mark Ulmer is still going to be sitting ahead of him there at 307.57. So Gary will go over that number 4 spot as of right now. Next tractor comes out of Clarkson, Nebraska is where he hangs his hat now. Originally from Lee, Nebraska. Him and his wife Katrina live over there in Clarkson, but this is going to be Brad Brune. Him and his wife and the family all are over there in Clarkson. His 3 girls. Actually, you probably see him running around here with the crazy train. They're just actually south of the announcer stand right there. The 2 of them are there for sure. I don't see where Lexi's at, but this will be Brad Brune. And again, he's another one of those tractors. He's running 600 plus cubic inches, 1 big turbocharger underneath the hood. He's missed a few hooks this year with the Nebraska bush pullers. Been coaching some girls softball and doing a little bit of farming on the side of his day job. So that's his dad Leon out there that's backing him up. But he's chasing that distance. Irv Hake, 319.11. Is sitting there number 1. Keith Baker, last call, sitting there number 2 at 310.24. But out of Clarkson, Nebraska, chasing that all that distance down there, knowing what he's got to do to get himself into that number 1 spot. This is going to be Brad Brune on the John Deere 4440 they call the Crazy Train. Brad Brune, I don't know if he's going to get into that distance put out there by Irv Hake, 319.11. I kind of saw that whenever he got over here to the side, it sounded like that one tire kind of broke loose pretty hard on him. Probably cost him a little bit of distance there. The RPM's kind of spiked there right around 200 foot or in that area, but he's going to move himself into that number 2 spot, 315.48, 315.48 for Brad Brune on the Crazy Train. Irv Hake still sitting there number 1, but he's going to take Keith Baker down 1 spot to the 310.24. Now we are going to be bringing up Mike Langen on the Junkyard Dog, and the last tractor up will be Troy Anderson on the Eagle Pride. Stick around. They got the DJ and the karaoke and stuff going on afterwards. The beer garden is still open. Just kind of wanted to let you know that there's going to be some entertainment and stuff going on after this. So if you're kind of in that partying mood, want to just stay down here. I'm sure there will be some of these guys that are pulling these tractors that will be over there karaokeing later on tonight too. I heard that Mike Golda and Clayton Sweeney are going to do a duet later on, so. But this will be Mike Langen, and this is the dad, so this is the one that we kind of aptly named him Senior. But this is going to be the Junkyard Dog. And then we got Troy Anderson on the Eagle Pride coming up, and he'll be the last tractor in this light super stock. And then we'll be moving on to our unlimited super stocks, and then we will have our 4-1 limited pro tractor class coming up.
Those are big boys.
Waiting for the green flag to come back on, the green lights to come back on. Joel hooks them up and then he checks to make sure. But again, Mike Langan right out of Columbus, Nebraska here. This is the dad. This is the junkyard dog. A good run for the little 4010 there. Mike Langan on this tractor right here, he is definitely undersized. He's running a little over 500 cubic inch, I think. He's running one single turbocharger underneath, but he's not running that big single turbo like some of these other guys are. So he's a little bit undersized for this class, but he wants to go along and just have some fun. But he goes 272.81, 272.81. Now we got one tractor left in this, the Eagle Pride, Troy Anderson. And again, just a reminder, go ahead and stick around. They're going to be starting that karaoke and DJing coming up here in just a little bit. We got a few tractors left to go here. We are trying to hammer through it. Then we got that one sweet looking semi sitting down there, Doug Ortwick. Going to make an exhibition pass with that. Doug Ortwick, again, he's out of Pilgrim, Nebraska, but he's currently campaigning for the District 22 Nebraska Legislature District, consisting of Stanton, Platte, and part of Colfax County. Log on to Ortwick for Legislature Facebook page for the current events that they're going to be having. So we'll have that truck coming to you later on. Right now, the last tractor in this 6,200-pound light super stock, this is going to be Troy Anderson on the Eagle Pride. And he's going to be chasing down the distance put there by Irv Hake at 319.11. 319.11 is your current leader. Brad Brutus is there number 2, 15.48. Sitting in number 3, Keith Baker on the last call. And sitting number 4, Mark Ulmer on the weapon. Sitting number 5, Gary Remmers on the Hustler. So that is your top 5 as of right now. Go ahead and get that chain tightened up. Looks like we are good to go. We got green. Got to put the neck collar on. Out of Pierce, Nebraska, last tractor of this light super stock, Troy Anderson on Eagle Pride. He was taking a pretty wild ride in there. You could see him getting bounced around, tossed around pretty hard. See once we can't get in there and shake up that top 5 spots. He's going to be there at 298.46, 298.46. So that is going to leave him in about, looks like number 6 spot, if I can kind of just glance through it really quick. Watch the replay up there on that replay screen. Kind of see once that tractor pretty much kind of launches about right there, and it kind of gets into that seesaw effect back and forth, and just could not get it to come out of that. Finishing number 10 right now that I can see, we got Tyler Homer on Eleanor with that DQ. Number 9 is going to go to Ty Groney on Mr. Alice. Number 8, Mike Langen on the Junkyard Dog. Number 7 is going to go to Mike Langen on the Front Deer. Number 6 is going to go to Troy Anderson on the Eagle Pride. Number 5 is going to go to Gary Remmers on the Hustler. Number 4 is going to go to Mark Ulmer on the Weapon. Number 3, Keith Baker on the Last Call. Number 2, Brad Britt on the Crazy Train. And the winner of the class, Columbus' own Irv Hake on the Wildfire. Give a hand, ladies and gentlemen, your 6,200-pound late super stock class of the Nebraska Bush Pullers. Yeah, it looks like they're going to bring that semi out here now. We're going to have that. They got to do some changes in the sled, so they figured this would be a good time to go ahead and bring it out here. And we got our unlimited super stock class that'll be coming up on this. We got What Were We Thinking, Wes Neiman coming up first. And that's unlimited super stock. Then the Addiction, Ryan Ferricks. John Hoffman on Last One Standing. And Frank Boaboy on the Green Lightning. That's going to be your 4 tractors in that unlimited super stock class. And it looks like now we are going to go ahead and bring in Doug Ortwick out in the blue Peterbilt. Right now they're loading up the box with some weights in there.
If you love racing, you're going to love what Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk can do for you. From fire suits, helmets, and crew shirts to banners, flags, and fan gear, Renner Wraps and Graphics offers large format digital printing, including vinyl wraps, fleet graphics, trailer wraps, banners, lettering, signs, logo design, custom screen printing and design, and so much more. Find them on Facebook. Visit RennerWrapsandGraphics.com or call 402-860-1147. Renner Wraps and Graphics in Norfolk.
Remember the old days when you could fix your car yourself? Well, unfortunately, those days are gone. So when you hear that clunk or hear that ding, who can you trust? Trust your car to Brady and Dillon at Infinite Automotive. They're fully stocked and equipped to handle all auto and truck repairs with quality work you demand and the personal service you deserve. Plus, they'll even pick up and deliver your vehicle so you don't miss a minute of your day. For big town service with small town care, call Infinite Auto at 276-3400 or stop by the shop located just east of Duncan on Highway 30 south of Columbus. Papa Murphy's of Columbus, a take and bake pizza company located at 3921 23rd Street, west of Family Dollar. Walk in and get one of Papa Murphy's signature pizzas or start selecting your pizza toppings and make your own. Call 402-606-4877 today and pre-order. Join the new Text Club. Text DINNER to 90421 and get exclusive sweet deals, pizzas, salads, and sweets. Take your pizza home from Papa Murphy's today and bake hot and ready to eat when you are.
And again, tell them thank you very much for that. And again, as soon as the show is over tonight on our end, they're going to have that karaoke and the DJ going on right out here in the corner. And from everything I've heard, that beer garden is going to stay open for a while yet tonight. So But again, this is something that's pretty special. We don't get to see this every day. But it's one of those kind of the super semis, I guess you want to call it. Either a pro stock semi or a super stock. Trying to look behind the grill to see how many turbochargers are sitting in there. And I think I can kind of make out the signs of two of them, but I guess I can't say for sure. But again, this is Doug Ortwick out of Pilgrim, Nebraska. He is campaigning for that District 22 legislature. So I just wanted to come out and have a little bit of fun out here at the Platte County Fair, get his name out. He's had this truck for a few years. Gets it out on occasion just to go have a little bit of fun, I guess. Once you get that chain tightened up, make sure everything's all right, but you'll hear him bring them RPMs up. You'll hear them turbos start to spool up. And then when that happens, the horsepower starts building and he will slowly come off the line until he gets all the boost he can give, and then he will take off. Again, Doug Ortwick, Pilgrim, Nebraska, on the Blue Peak. This kind of got underneath one of them turbochargers the way it sounds. Kind of maybe had a little bit extra water injection getting in there. But for all of you that have stuck around, we've got some free t-shirts we're going to throw out, the rules of this whole deal. The more noise you make, the better chance you are to get yourself a free Nebraska Bush Pullers t-shirt. But give Doug Ortwick a hand. That's a sharp-looking Peterbilt truck. Said he could bring it out and have fun with us tonight. 281.44, 281.44, and he definitely got underneath that.
If your transmission's broke, you aren't going anywhere. Columbus Transmission, 1982 East 14th Avenue, just south of Tractor Supply, has been specializing in transmission repair for nearly 30 years. Whether it's your car, van, SUV, pickup, special classic vehicle you've stowed away that needs work, Irv and his team can get you back on the road. All repair rebuilding work is done on site, so you know it's going to last. And Columbus Transmission warranties the work. Call 564-7754 or stop by the shop, 1982 East 14th Avenue.
Pizza Ranch at the corner of 23rd Street and 33rd Avenue, Columbus. Choose the buffet your way, carry out or delivery. You can also enjoy the country's best chicken, fresh salads, and legendary handmade pizzas. If your favorite pizza is not on the buffet, their expert staff will be happy to make it your way and bring it to you while it's still hot. Pizza Ranch also serves the community with fundraisers. Pizza Ranch, always good. Try one of their legendary pizzas or chicken for carry out or delivery. Call 402-564-8131. Try it today.
But they are a component chassis. They have a truck rear end in them, into a transmission. So there is not a cast rear end like you saw in that light super stock class. But the first one up will be Wes Neiman on What Was I Thinking? And he'll be followed up by Ryan Ferris on The Addiction. Kind of see the West took a little bit different area of the track that he wants to try. He kind of moved himself over more to that infield side. Try to give himself just a little bit shot. And it almost looks like he's going to kind of angle himself up here to this rail side. Wes also campaigns an 8,500-pound limited pro stock tractor. And the name of this tractor, actually, Josh Arrington was selling this tractor. Wes went down to go look at it, and he said on the way back after they said they would take it, he goes, what were we thinking? And the name kind of stuck. So Wes Steeman on the tractor they call, What Was I Thinking? Kind of acted like he just quite couldn't get all the turbochargers to go ahead and kind of light. Got a little bit of issue inside of there. Had a little excess fuel, looks like kind of got through the whole system, kind of lit some stuff up down there. But as that nose firmly planted on the ground, it's good to get that front end to come up. But Wes Neiman goes 255.59. Definitely not kind of the run, but he did get it to light. He was having some struggles with the thing getting it to light all the time. It keeps them turbochargers all spooled up. Again, 255.59, Wes Neiman. And that will be an official hook for him. He will take that. So we got Ryan Ferris coming up on the Addiction tractor. And then John Hoffman will be coming up on the last one standing. We got the New Holland coming up right now. Ryan Ferrix on the Addiction. He's pulled with us for a few years, kind of off and on. But again, this is a alcohol-fired multi-charger tractor that's in there, all component chassis. Running the Date 30.5 32 tires that are on the back of it. Yeah, this is the first time that Ryan has hooked with the Nebraska Bush Pullers this year. Said he wants to stay closer home this year, do a little more hooking with us. So Ryan Ferris on the adventure. Got himself down there. Gonna take the lead. Wes Neiman is at 255. Try to get the tractor to light back up. Got a lot of excess fuel coming through. Kind of choked it out there at the very end. Just trying to get it fired back up at 286.54, 286.54. One thing I kind of noticed about it too, he had that front end firmly planted in there. Wasn't getting a good bite to get that rear end. Okay, we're going to have John Hoffman coming up. Hails out of Dunlap, Iowa. You saw that his wife Karen was up earlier in that 8,500-pound limited pro stock class. So this is John. And Nebraska Bush Pullers gets to go up there this year for their benefit polls they have. They lost their son in a tragic car accident a few years back. And they put on a benefit poll up there that in Dunlap that we can get to go up there this year, put the show on for them up there. But the benefit of that poll up there is it funds a lot of scholarships to area students up there, so it's a good time. So if you're looking for something to do, and it's in August. I think it's August 12th, I believe. I'm going to do some checking here really quick. Yeah, that is in August. It's August 12th, the day after we're at West Point. Be on that Saturday up there, so if you're looking for something fun to do, Dunlap, Iowa is not all that far away. Head on over there and you can enjoy a good day of pulling and support a good cause. And if you want to find out where Nebraska Bush Pullers is going to be at next, jump onto our Facebook page, Nebraska Bush Pullers, or go to our website, NebraskaBushPullers.com. Click on the schedule and you can go ahead and see that. And you can also see the results that we have of the pulls that we've got completed and done. You can also see the point standing, plus there's pictures and stuff in there too. It's also on our Facebook page. If you take some pictures, go ahead and download those pictures to our Facebook page and we will share them with everybody that we can. But just to give you some ways that you can go ahead and follow the Nebraska Bush Pullers throughout the year, what events that we're going to be at. But it just gives you another avenue of doing this. And also check out the MyCentralNebraska.comTV. Their webpage there. They're going to be doing some more of these live feeds that they got here. But it looks like we're going to go green down here. And again, out of Dunlap, Iowa, John Hoffman, International 5488 they call, last one standing. Well, you are going to have a new leader, I know that. The last one standing, John Hoffman, just put it out there. I'm going to guess about 320 feet. Could not get them tires to hook up like you wanted them to. You can see him feathering that throttle all the way down there. And at about 125 to 150 feet, they finally got it to hook up. And he got that tractor to work its way out there to that distance. But he goes 313.14, 313.14 for John Hoffman on last one standing. So he's going to take the lead. And we got one tractor left. This tractor hails out of Nebraska. This is going to be, Keith Boy is going to be driving the tractor. It's going to be the Green Lightning. Frank was originally scheduled to drive it, but Keith wasn't going to be able to make it, but he could make it down here, so they decided that he was going to take the seat of it tonight. So Keith Boy is going to be driving this tractor tonight. I know Keith works out at Omaha branches of our Truck Center Company store. I also work out of the Columbus branch here. I'm an outside parts salesman for Keith. I think he's the truck salesman down there, but I'm not. I guess I'd have to go back and look, but I know he does work for Truck Center companies. And Frank is a farmer up there in the Howells area. Right now, it looks like they're having a few issues getting the Green Lightning started up out there. There we go. See the smoke come out of it. Gotta get all these tractors into this unlimited super stock. They are all running alcohol. But again, Keith is going to be sitting in the seat of it tonight. And then we got one more class to go. It's going to be our 9,500-pound limited pro stocks. We've got 7 tractors in that. Jeff Everson is going to be on the Gone Road. Darren Weir's on Top Gun. Smoke on approach, Scott Thum. Bean Farmer, Dave Novak. Outlaw, Cody Sayers. Seth Novak on the Bounty Hunter. And Craig Youngkin on the Moving On. Okay, your current leader right now, John Hoffman at 313.14. Ryan Ferris is in there number 2 at 286.54. Wes Neiman at 255.59. Keith Boy getting backed up to the sled. But again, this is going to be Keith Boy on the Green Lightning. Having some issues getting that turbo to spool up on there. that distance put up there by John Hoffman, a 3:13.14. 3:13.14. John Hoffman, last one standing, is your current leader. He's going to move into the number 2 spot at 3:13.03. 3:13.14 is your leader. 3:13.03 for Keith Bowboy. That's going to put him in the number 2 spot. Number 4 is going to go to Wes Neiman on What Was I Thinking. Number 3 is going to go to Ryan Ferrick from the Addiction. And by 0.11 of a foot, Green Lightning, Keith Bowboy is going to finish number 2. John Hoffman on last one standing is going to finish number 1. Well, that is our limited super stock class. Our last class we're going to have tonight is our 4-1 9,500-pound limited pro stock class. These tractors are all running about 640 cubic inches. They all weigh 9,500 pounds. They are running 4.1 inlet on the turbocharger. Run the 24.532 tires. And the first one we're going to have up is going to be Jeff Everson, and that's going to be on the Gone Rogue. And again, the first tractor coming up in this class, he will be the test puller, Jeff Everson, Gone Rogue, be followed up by Darren Weirs on Top Gun, and Scott Mum, Smoke on Approach. That is your first 3 that are coming up. We've got 7 total tractors in this class. And again, as soon as this is over, they're going to do the karaoke and the DJing going on over here. The beer garden is still going to be open. We've probably got about 15 more minutes of action here, and then we'll be done.
Yes, that is correct. But they're waiting there.
And again, you'll hear these tractors come off the line, and they will be kind of approaching that 5,000 RPM, somewhere in that area when they start coming out. 640 cubic inches. Spinning a big 4.1 turbocharger, getting the power down to the ground through the 24.532 tires. First tractor in the class, 9,500-pound limited pro stock, Jeff Everson, Gone Rogue. Out there probably around that 340-foot mark. 331.34, 331.34. And I'm going to eventually guess we are going to be official. I know I would not turn down that pole if I was sitting in the seat of that. But Darren Weirs will be the next tractor up on Top Gun. But Jeff Everson, Gone Road, goes 331.34 to start the class off here.
Yeah, but I can't say that right now.
Why? Because you know.
Darren Weirs is going to be the next tractor up. This is going to be the Top Gun. He hails from down there in a little town called Diller, Nebraska. They always put on a Nebraska bush pole down there at the Diller picnic days. That was back on June 21st, I think. They used to pull this tractor in the Super Farm class. This 9,500-pound limited pro stock track class came along. Decided to go ahead and jump up to that. Took them about a year to get the tractor back up to basically rebuilding the engine to be able to get it up to the requirements that are needed for the big cubes, big turbocharger. 640 cubic inch from these guys are pretty much that's the max we can run. A lot of guys are anywhere from about 615 up to 640, so they kind of vary through that. Depends on how they're But Darren Weirs again, Top Gun. He's got a distance speed up there from Jeff Everson of 331.34. But out of Diller, Nebraska, Darren Weirs, International 1066, they call Top Gun. Well, I had a really good run down there, and it was a good run, but he had to get on them brakes pretty hard. He was coming to this side and had to jump on them brakes, and that took some distance away from him. Jeff Everson sitting out there at 331.34. And Darren Weirs goes 312.86. 312.86. Tractor up is going to be Scott Bum out of Omaha, Nebraska. Tractor they call Smoke on Approach, named tractor. He is a fireman down at the Omaha Fire Department. He works at the Epley Airfield. And he does a lot of volunteer work down there with the fire departments around. I think he said at one time he was on 2 or 3 fire departments down there when it was days off, Boys Town and Elkhorn. And I think there's another one that he helped out with. But Smoke on Approach is a common call sign you'll hear from the fire departments whenever they're coming up to a fire and they see that smoke, and they always call out on the radio that they got smoke on approach. So Scott told me that's how they got the name of this tractor. He decided it kind of sounded cool, wanted to stick with it. That's the way to get out there, knocking them up to the got to get a distance up there. 331.34. Jeff Eberson. That's the leader distance right now on the Gone Road. Darren Weir's on Top Gun, sitting there number 2 at 312.86.
You know what? From the second WSW, I like. First on arrow. If I flip on it, I like it.
I get him back there, get that chain hooked up.
They're ready to tell me that.
But again, smoke on approach, Scott Lum, Omaha, Nebraska. Get everything tightened up, make sure that chain's square. Chasing that 331 for Jeff Eberson. This is going to be Scott Lum. Eastside Edge Magnum. He calls it smoke on approach. See once we can get out to the Jeff Eberson's distance on the Gone Road. Again, he was sitting out there at 331.34. 331.34 was the distance for Jeff Eberson. Scott Lum, smoke on approach. .63. That's going to move him into the number 2 spot. Okay, next backer up, this is going to be the mean farmer, Dave Novak, out of Howells, Nebraska. And he'll be followed up by Cody Sayers on the Outlaw. And then we'll have Seth Novak on the Bounty Hunter coming up, and then Craig Yockey on the Moving On. And again, Howells, Nebraska, he's going to be chasing Jeff Eberson, 331.34, Gone Road Tractor. Dave Novak, Howells, Nebraska, on the Mean Farmer. Now the mean farmer, he put one out there. We'll get his official distance. And get the laser shot at it. .33, 340.33. Dave Novak, the mean farmer. He is going to take the lead away from Jeff Aberson on the Gone Rogue at 331.34. And I just been informed that Dave Novak is going 32 mile an hour down the track. And goes 340.33 to take the lead away from Jeff Everson. And he's going to knock Scott Lump down to the number 3 spot. Darren Wears is down to number 4. We got Cody Sayers on the Outlaw coming up. Seth Novak on the Bounty Hunter. And then Craig Yonke on moving on. He will be the last tractor of the night. So we've got 3 tractors left here. Whitty, is that all the power you can handle anymore? Oh, Craig in here. So Cody Sayers on the Outlaw. He'll be coming up next. I do believe Cody lives down in the Omaha, Nebraska area. Scott, the dad, lives down in Fremont. Or I should say last I knew, Scott lives down in Fremont. Nice pull, Dave, by the way, as you walk by, and I didn't even notice you. But again, it's going to be Cody Sayers coming up here. Dave Novak just put the pass out there at 32 mile an hour, and he goes 340.33. Jeff Everson is sitting there number 2 at 331.34. And Scott Mum is number 3 at 320.63. Darren Weir is sitting there number 4 at 312.86. Wait, flagger. Got to fire back up. No, I don't. I just need to point. This is what I need to do. I need to point the mic. My gauge says the batteries are still good, so. Okay, next tractor coming up. Get him lined up, get him squared away, make sure the chain gets tight. Cody Sayers on the Outlaw. Chasing the distance put out there by Dave Novak on the Mean Farmer that you just saw go down the track. He was at 340 feet, .33, 340.33. That is your leading distance right now. Good pass there for Cody. See if he can't shake up that top 3 or 4 spots up there.
Yeah, I haven't seen better mounted flags yet. Dog.
Got to go 321.72. That is going to put him in that number 3 spot. He is going to knock Scott Mum down 1 spot to the number 4. Darren Weir is going to go down to number 5. Jeff Everson is still sitting there at the number 2, and the leader is still Dave Novak. On the meat farmer. We got Seth Novak coming up on the bounty hunter. He'll be the next one to come up. And I'm sure right now his idea is to put the Novak family there, number 1 and number 2. And then we'll have Craig Yonke coming up after that to see if he can upset the whole apple cart and put that international back on top. So right now we got Green sitting there, number 1, number 2, and number 3. International sitting number 4, number 5. And we've got 2 tractors left, 1 John Deere, 1 International. But this will be Seth Novak coming up Howells, Nebraska. On the John Deere that they call the Bounty Hunter. And he's going to be chasing his dad's distance of 340.33, 340.33 is the current lead as of right now. And again, Dave Novak sitting out there number 1. Jeff Everson sitting number 2. They're out there right now making sure that that chain's hooked up. There's no twist in it. Okay, looks like we're green. Seth Novak, Howells, Nebraska, the Bounty Hunter. Good pull there by Seth. He should be about in that distance with his dad at 340.33. We will get the official distance here in just a couple seconds. They're going to shoot that laser at that prism. .05, 328.05. I guess I got fooled a little bit on that distance. I kind of thought he might be a little farther out there than that. Now we got 1 tractor left. This is going to be Craig Yonke, the Moving On. Kind of up there in that Pilgrim, Nebraska area too. Right now, you got John Deere sitting there all dripped up. And down the track at 35 miles an hour. But Dave Novak sitting out there in the lead right now, 340.33. Jeff Everson sitting number 2 at 331.34. Seth Novak is sitting there number 3 at 328.05. And then you're going to have Cody Sayer sitting there number 4 at 321.72. Scott Bum sitting there number 5 at 320.63. And Darren Weir sitting there number 6 at 312.86. But this will be the moving on. International 1066. And again, just to let you know that DJ and stuff, they're getting set up, ready to go. As soon as this tractor's done and we say our goodbyes, they're going to kick up the music. Last tractor here, Craig Yockey. A tractor that they call moving on. See once if he can't take over that lead, put an international in the top. Cheer him on, international fans. Last chance to get an IH out on top. Craig Yockey, international 1066, they call. Moving on. If he takes the lead away. Dave Novak again, he was sitting out there 340.33, 340.33. You kind of saw him back throttle it back there. Wanted to get a little bit better of a fight. I want to thank all the bowling fans for coming out tonight. It's been a great night of action. 54 is what we had here tonight. One of the biggest that we've ever had here at the Platte County Fair. 337.40, 337.40. He's going to finish in the number 2 spot. So the win is going to go to Dave Novak on the Mean Farmer. Finishing in number 7 is going to be Darren Weir from the Top Gun. Number 6 is going to go to Smoke on Approach. Number 5 is going to go to Cody Sayers. Number 4 is going to go to Seth Novak on the Bounty Hunter. Number 3 is going to go to Jeff Everson on Gone Rogue. Number 2 is going to Craig Yockey on the Moving On, and the winner of the class, Dave Novak, the Mean Farmer. He goes 340.33. On behalf of the Nebraska Bush Pullers, I want to thank you very much for being here. Again, I've been Chris Kripkowitz. If you have any questions or anything that you want to talk about, get a hold of Joel Sawyer on our Facebook page, the website. You can call and he'll get you some answers if you got some questions. But thank you very much. It's been a great night. Good night. And Mr. DJ, it's all yours.